Resuming our open session, item 2.2. I know you have this in front of you, the first paragraph under exclamation, but just to set the table, I will read this. At the March 12, 2026 school board meeting, the school board approved moving forward with several major capital improvement projects to address current and future facility needs across the division. These projects include the renovation of the division's 3 existing elementary schools, initiating the construction process for a new elementary school in the Morgantown-Brownsville area, beginning planning for a new career and technical center in Woodstock, and planning renovations with minimal expansion in current Tech facility. Having said that, I'll hand the discussion off to Dr. Shepard, and we will begin.
So thank you, Mr. Vance. So at the May 12th Board of Supervisors meeting, the Board of Supervisors approved allocating Shenandoah County Public Schools or School Board $3 million to be appropriated in stages for the architectural and engineering services affiliated with our renovation or new build projects. So at this time, what I would like the school board to do is to talk about the projects in the order in which we will do those projects, because $3 million will not, is not enough money to actually fund all of the projects that we have determined we were going to move forward with. So the second handout that I am handing is the estimated timelines and costs, and the very top of the top chart, which is also displayed on the smart board over here, shows how much the estimated architectural and engineering costs are. And you will notice that the costs are $4.2 million, which does not include construction and administration for the 6 projects that we had selected to move forward with. And if we included the construction administration, it totals to $5.7 million. The projects are the Ashby Elementary renovation, Sandy Hook Elementary renovation, WW Robinson Elementary renovation. I'm going to skip down to the bottom, Triplet Tech renovation and minimal expansion, new elementary school near Morgantown, and then new CTE facility in Woodstock, in no particular order. So
Shepard, what is the construction administration? What does that refer to?
So after we award the proposal for a construction contractor to actually come and start building the facility or renovating the facility, so when they're actually bringing in tools and people and equipment to actually do the work, you need a construction administrator from the architect to actually make sure that the renovations or the school is being renovated or built as the architect had planned, and that they're using the materials and the materials that the architect has specified.
No, that's the position that we were thinking about adding.
So so that takes care of our project manager. Yes, that could do some of that, but that position could do the majority of that. But the construction manager also for the architect, it's up to the school board whether you want to have the architect as part of the construction manager. Every project that I have been on, we have paid for the construction manager to do this job, just because they do change orders, they process change orders and things like that as well.
But have those projects also have a school that already had a?
Yes. We also had a project manager, whether it was a full-time employee or whether it was a contractor that came and did clerk of the works. Yeah.
But, I mean, we're looking at $500,000 to pay somebody to, is that worth that expense? I mean, that's a lot of money.
I was wondering the same thing she was thinking. So you're saying that this position that we've been talking about wouldn't be able to do this last column, those jobs?
So that person's gonna be able to identify, maybe some of the potential issues, but at the end of the day, the architect is the one who actually determines what change orders are valid and what change orders are not valid. And they actually work with the construction person in order to process those. So, for example, just on a project that I was on, in 2015, they decided that, the contractor, which was Shockey at the time, came forward and said, hey, we could use a retaining wall block that is less expensive than the one that you inspect. So our project manager would not be able to say, yep, you can use that retaining wall block because it has the same strength and power, or whatever, as the block that was specified. So that saved us $250,000 because we used a less expensive block that was still capable of holding the load that the block that they had spec'd would hold. So architects and engineers do that work. A project manager does not.
If we had a project manager, as we discussed in the past, would that change that last column figure?
I don't
At all?
think so.
It wouldn't?
I don't think so. The project manager will be able to go and say, okay, because the architect is only on site once a week or once every couple of weeks. But the project manager would be there more regularly and could say, hey, I noticed you were using this roofing material and the specs call for this roofing material. So, that would be the difference.
So on that note, let's go back to use your block as an example. If our, the general contractor, the one building at Shockey in that instance, has to go to somebody. So if he came to our construction manager and said, we want to change these, couldn't he just call the architect and get that? I mean, that information and the engineer? I mean, on smaller scales, that's, I mean, I've done that numerous
Possibly,
times.
but that's not, I've done renovation projects and I've also done new builds.
Right.
And we've always paid the architect to be the construction administration, especially when you're looking at, millions of dollars. You want to make sure that it's done right.
Absolutely.
Kevin, do you have any other examples? That's the one that comes to my mind.
No, I believe you covered. I just need to elaborate further, so I can explain it.
But we don't have to get in that level of detail at this point. Right now, we're just looking at, architectural engineering costs at this particular.
To just clarify, ma'am, what column do we need to consider?
So
The third one, not the last one?
The last one. You need to be considering the last column. Because that'll get us all the way up to the bid documents, where we go out for bid.
So if I had a question on column 2, it would be out of order.
No.
Okay. Well, on the new elementary school near Lauritown, estimated cost of $45 million, does that include or not include land?
So that does not include land.
So it would be wishful to have that on the county property known as the county farm. The cost would be either $1 or less.
Correct.
So on that one, we need to figure out if that's an option or not.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And so the Board of Supervisors will be here at noon, so that's a great opportunity to have a conversation with them about that
I
property.
have a suspicion that questions would be asked.
And just to make sure, you know, all of these are estimated costs on what Miller, Cup, and Daily Mather put together for us. So those estimated costs could change if we actually change the scope of the work.
Particularly here, because we have yet to define what minimal expansion is.
Correct.
So-
And if you look, at the subsequent pages, it'll detail what I had included in those costs. I'm starting on page 4. And at the bottom, you'll see additional considerations that was not included in the estimated cost. Like maybe gym addition or cafeteria expansion, so on and so forth.
I'm just curious, so the first item under Ashby, cafeteria multi-purpose area, 500,000, what is that, or just broadly, what would that include 500,000? I mean, I know there's some things there they'd like to have. This is supposedly the painting and supposedly, rearrange some stuff for more storage space when I was there talking to the cafeteria ladies, but I didn't hear anything that came anywhere close to 500,000.
I thought they were gonna revise the doors on the entrances, if I remember correctly. That was a big consideration about heading that off and opening that up, because that was their biggest issue, was getting kids in and out of that one.
All the doors that go and get your tray.
Yeah. There was, and I think we talked about that at all 3 elementary schools.
It says more serving lines in the kitchen and more equipment to support the new lines. So specifically well, I'm not talking just about Ashby Lee, but at WW and at Sandy Hook, when those spaces were, when additional classrooms were built, there wasn't necessarily any additional kitchen space. So there needs to be additional kitchen space in order to serve the number of kids that we have. So then lunches aren't necessarily spanning from 10:30 to 1:30. Maybe it could be a little shorter. Let me see if there's anything else in here. Yeah, but the majority of that's more serving lines in the kitchen and more equipment to support the new lines. And a new oven, one new oven is approximately,
Depending on which kind we get, anywhere from $2,000 to $12,000.
so equipment's not cheap. And if you're adding refrigerator and freezer space, that's not inexpensive either.
Yeah, what caught my attention was 500,000. I just didn't see that when I just didn't physically see that when I was there, or been there in the past.
And staying on Ashby Lee, I mean, because as we sit here, I just got a text about their gym again. That gymatorium, or at least a gym addition, is extremely necessary. The other schools have more than one gym, and that one does not, and it's been a continual issue, as most of us here know. And I'm getting texts now that it's too hot in there. So it would be, as part of the renovations at Ashby Lee, I think that we should address the minimal gym space that they have. especially if more kids start going to the school, it's gonna become even more uncomfortable.
And so these costs, are estimates, and it's based on the square footage. So it's not, we're gonna go paint this wall and change this floor and do this, particular thing. It's based on square footage. And that's, whatever an architect is estimating, which Steel Cobb and John Mather? Yeah, John Mather, did for us, that they mainly used a square foot, cost estimate for that. They didn't price out everything that would be changed.
Yeah, so pretty much everything on these sheets are not, these numbers will fluctuate. Some of them a lot bigger, a lot more than others. But
They're estimates based on their previous work at other school divisions and facilities.
So I have a suggestion, because I think, as I said before, I think most of us agree that renovations of the three elementaries are a priority. So we really need to focus on that. That's $900,000. If we were to include the administration costs for the new elementary and the triple tech renovation and minimal expansion, that would bring us $3,150,000. With the idea that hopefully that new CPE in Woodstock could potentially come from the private funds that have been offered. We still have a difference of $150,000, but maybe that can come from that.
I was actually thinking along the lines of Gloria's idea and looking at how much it would take off if we took off the minimal expansion, if we still are looking at the new CTE facility in Woodstock. If we took off that minimal expansion, would it save us $150,000 to get us down to that 3 million mark?
So, at the Board of Supervisors meeting on Tuesday last week, the Board of Supervisors did indicate, at least one Board of Supervisors did indicate, if we needed a little more money, that they would be willing to consider it. They didn't commit to it, the board didn't commit to it, but there was at least one person who, one Board of Supervisors who said that they would consider it.
That's only $150,000 more. I mean, give or take, whatever fluctuates, but I think that would be a good number, and then we can focus on the new CPE facility in Woodstock with the private donations, or maybe even the economic development fund that's been raising funds, and we could just, because at least we have some people who have shown an interest in giving money to that. We don't have that for the other ones, so.
The difference is there is that the private, the EDA people and stuff are not looking to build a new, they're not looking to close this and move it to Woodstock. So there's only a certain amount of, of people who seem to feel that way. But, and from what I understand, the Board of Supervisors, and we'll ask them today, but there's not a unanimous support in doing that either. So,
Here's the question.
that private money and, in the EDA stuff from our meeting, they seem to want to sink some money here, and that's their first priority.
So what you're saying is that money will only come to this, so basically they're subverting the will of our board if we decide that we want to move it to the central campus, and they will only fund it if it's here.
Well, no, I think that's opposite, because our board, I never voted to close this facility.
But the majority of the board did.
We did.
I mean, not to close this facility, but to start working on the CPE in Woodstock.
As a satellite,
Right.
not closing this and doing it.
Well, eventually,
I keep missing that
Well-
part with where that was added on to what we voted on, but,
I
I hear
guess-
what you're saying, so I guess we need to clarify that.
Right.
But I mean, it seems to me though that the other private donor, and the message I've been getting from them in the beginning was we want to help CTE, but now only if we move it to Woodstock. So, I mean, I think we need some clarification on these things.
Well, I mean, I just want to clarify from my standpoint and my understanding, and I think Mr. Shepherd and some of the other members can clarify on that as well. It wasn't that donor that came up with the idea of moving it to the central campus. The idea of eventually building a bigger one in the central campus is twofold. One of them is to make it bigger so that more students can actually participate in the Triple Tech and what it has to offer. I mean, right now what we have here has a lot of limitations because we only have so much that we can grow or so much that we can add. So in the end, we can probably add a few more students, but not that many students. Whereas out there, we can actually build something that could accommodate a lot more students. And that would include more students from the northern campus, which are, not necessarily coming down here because it's so far away. So, I mean, if we have this is not a southern campus school, this is a Shenandoah County Public School. So we need to make sure that it is accessible to everybody in the county. So again, it's up to us as a board, I would think, not the board supervisors or the different community groups, or even private donors to decide what we're gonna do. It's up to us as a board to decide, and we have to decide what is best for us. Me personally, I think Triple Tech and the education that it offers is big enough and important enough that we need to be able to offer it to more students. So that's what for me is a little bit of a quandary to add to this building, which is not accessible to so many students, and which has so many limitations in terms of space. So if we really want to have more, if we really believe in the trades, and we really do want to grow it and have more students, then we should be building in an area that can accommodate those students and can actually be reachable to those students. So I guess that's where we're having a bit of a difference here. It's how we see that technology is going to grow in terms of which building or which facility would offer more opportunities to more students. I believe that eventually it's either splitting it up into campuses, which doesn't seem like a lot of people are happy about that idea, or building a new facility that will be bigger and accommodate all these needs, including the needs of the future. I mean, like we've talked before, a lot of the things that we're doing now were not foreseeable 20 years ago or 15 years ago. So we don't know what the technology is going to be bringing 10 years from now, 15 years from now. So that's just my opinion, but I just wanted to clarify that because I keep hearing this whole idea that we're moving to a central campus because of a private donor. I said, no. I mean, that idea did not come from a private donor. It came from our conversations as a board before you guys came here, but these are the conversations that we've been having for the last 2 years. That was the idea of the central campus, and also to accommodate other stuff. Because what we said is, with the central campus, you also open up the traffic for what we have, the funds that we have right now, and potentially by developing that area, we may be able to do other stuff down the road. Whether it's a performing arts center or whether it's a community pool, or I don't know. Those are just ideas that could happen if we develop that land. So that I just want to clarify.
But are we going to develop it for CTE or for all those other things you
No, it's
just
for
mentioned? Like
But it's
possibly an elementary school, because the likelihood of the school going in that park, from what I'm reading the room, is very limited. So we may have to start thinking a little bit more outside the box. But let me clarify something. I didn't mean to imply the idea came from the private donor.
Own that land at the central campus, and as far as what Dr. Shepherd's presented, we own 40 acres there. That's plenty enough to put a CTE facility on and a new elementary school if we had to. I mean, to me, it only makes sense that we have one CTE facility in the future and big enough for future expansion 20, 30 years from now.
Where are we with Valley Health? Could you update us on that?
Absolutely. So Valley Health, we're still at the same place that we've been. Valley Health is still interested in providing us with space there. Valley Health has raised $1 million. We still need $1.5 million in order to do the renovations that are needed there, in order to, the renovations that are needed there.
And how much space would that give us? Classroom wise?
I'm going to have to pull it up.
6 to 8 or something?
it'll move all of our healthcare classes to Valley County.
And that is that whole run down there, right, which is 4 classrooms or 5? Okay. So moving that there would open up those classrooms. And if we were able to create shop space here, which, you know, I had mentioned, a different construction, steel building or so forth. And I've gone out and looked and talked to some different contractors and things. We could build roughly a 200 by 100 foot shop building here with concrete and utilities, and not knowing exactly what equipment would be needed in there, between $2.5 and $3 million.
So how many students would that add? If we don't?
If we did that and renovated these classrooms into, that we'd be moving out, auto shop, masonry, you know, those things, if whatever moved out into that 20,000 square foot of shop space could be renovated, changed back into classrooms. And, you know, my idea of, and my definition of a minimal expansion is enough to get that 103 students in here as quickly as possible.
So that's another 20 students?
No.
We have 80, right?
Well, we have 100, and 3 on the waiting list. So that would open up all these other classrooms, the masonry classroom, the HVAC classroom, all that could be converted into other usable space that is not shop space. It would give it enough room for the welding and all that. And the folks, you know, Mr. Justin Pence came and kind of spoke for the EPA. They really seem to be moving forward with getting some more ideas on plans and that kind of stuff, from what I understand. So I'm almost wondering if we don't separate that, like, kind of from these other things.
Well,
The CTE, that if we could work with a public-private partnership and get them to move it along, they'll move faster than we will. And we could figure out elementary schools and stuff, you know, focus on that a little bit.
That's not fair, we've been doing this for 2.5 years.
Yeah.
So what you're saying is just get rid of all the CPE from this list and only do the elementaries?
I think that as we move forward, that might make the most sense. I wouldn't say that right now until they come and say, we've formed this partnership, that's what we want to do, but I see that that's where they want it to go.
Well, I mean,
And that's kind of why I brought up, you know, that other donor. If they would all get together and kind of everyone moving along the same road, I think this will happen faster and cheaper than we might imagine.
I guess my concern is, I still haven't heard, you know, if we just renovate this building, and I mean, we've seen all the limitations, or at least those of us who can see it from the outside, see all the limitations that this building has. What I would like to know, if we renovate and even do what you're saying with the steel building, I mean, how many students are we adding altogether to the program? How many
I
more
think it would
students
give
are
us the
gonna be
room for over 100 students.
Right, but that doesn't really solve too much. That doesn't, that's just, you know, that's just sand. I mean,
Well, it gets
it doesn't
us,
really add as, first of all, it doesn't add that many to the programs. Like we were saying, you know, if you have larger buildings with a larger, you know, for the big, you know, trade for the big shops and all that stuff. But also it's not helping with the students that don't have the access from the northern campus coming here. Or, you know, or who are, even the ones who are coming, and I know Mr. Ricker can attest to this more than I can, but they're missing up to an hour of school, of education, every single week, because, and their lunches.
Right.
Because they're having to, you know, drive 40-45 minutes to get here, and 40-45 minutes to go back. I mean, that's not fair, that these kids are actually not only missing on education, but are missing their lunches
but,
in order to come
but
here.
I know.
When they're the larger school.
I'm not saying that we don't eventually do that, but, I mean, we have to figure out elementary schools. We can't afford to do all brand new buildings right now. I mean, we all know that.
No,
So-
but that's why the idea was that we would not be starting a whole new CPE big one in Woodstock. We would just have the plans already drawn up and start in phases, and the first phase would only, bring out a few of the business classes that could actually just have the classroom, or the shops, and if it makes more sense to build the shops, then build the shops over there. So then it frees up some space here, so then you can add a few more students. So it's not gonna be, this would not happen for many, many years. I'm talking 5-10 years down the road before we actually have a building down in the central campus. It's just an idea of, at least we have the plans, at least we start developing that area, and at least it frees up some space from this building, so that you can add more classes in this building where we are sitting right now, while the other one gets built. And
How many would that add? How many more students would you get in the building without doing the shop and the things I suggested?
Well, but that's what I'm saying. First of all, it's gonna be at least what you're saying, because if we're building the shops down there, or the building down there, it's gonna, we can make it bigger than even what can be done here. So it's gonna be at least what you're saying, if not more.
How many would you add
but-
in the next 3 years, is what I'm asking, not down the road?
Well,
We're not gonna add any if we don't do anything here.
But that's what, because you're moving some over there, then you're freeing up space over here. And that's where the minimal expansion and renovation comes into play.
And then, to build that steel building you're talking about here, would we have to acquire the land here to build that?
That's iffy, to add more parking and different things, but, I think that we have to look at that further. But there is still some land available, and the Board of Supervisors, they may know more about this too, because one of them started looking into the solar stuff. So the solar thing seemed to be one of the biggest problems. If they weren't there, we could have a lot more room. But, and did things break down with that, with talking to the adjacent landowner about acquiring some of that property? Like, I don't remember where that was left.
So, until we have a definitive, I'm not gonna approach her again.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you know what the cost of it is?
No. So the square footage for the hospital is 5,000 square feet. It would be about 6 classroom slash lab spaces.
Well, that, to break off to the satellite thing, that seems logical to me, the first step. As if we move that to Valley Health, which makes more sense, because it's, the health things being right next to the hospital, that's gonna open up some space here. And then if we add shop space, I think it would be enough, to get us through until maybe something else is built. I'm not against building, something phenomenal. I just look at all the things and all the things on Kevin's list and these insurmountable almost things that we have to do elsewhere. I just don't know if that's the logical first step. And we draw plans, we start doing that. We're not gonna break ground in Woodstock. I think we can have something done here before we would even break ground up there personally, or close.
Well,
So.
I think it is my understanding that we do need to acquire the land adjacent to us, because otherwise we're not gonna have space. We're gonna be taking out a lot from the back there. As it is, the parking is very limited. So we would have to acquire it. So that would have to be a possibility. That would be an additional cost. Whereas the land that we have in the central campus, we already have that land. So, so there's that difference. And then the difference is too, that we build something here that only, it's gonna cost, I don't know how much it's gonna cost, like over $1 million just for a little while, or do we start investing that money into a building that we know is gonna grow and it's gonna be there for decades or centuries as it is needed. Dr. Shepherd, what is the need right now? The biggest need right now in Triplett? Is it the mechanic, the base space and all that, or is it classroom?
It would be high base space.
High base space.
Yeah, so if we were gonna add, we're at capacity now. We may have one room that's available, half a day. But it's high base space. So if we were gonna add programs, it would be routing, it would be plumbing, it would be, classes like that, that would need high base space.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. have more space down there that we would have here to deal with.
And Mr. Shabby mentioned about a metal building. We do have an example of a metal building here in Shenandoah County. In 2018, we added Sandy Hook Elementary School, the gymnasium there. And that gymnasium was a 50 by 90 steel building, and so about 4,500 square feet. It was a little less than, it was $498,686, but that did not include intercom, phone, or restroom, or plumbing. So, you know, so if you're thinking about a 4,500 square foot facility, it's about 500,000. So I don't know how that.
Well, the finishes in there.
Was that the price installed?
That was completely.
What year was that?
2018. 2018.
And that included finishes that we would not need in a shop. There's drywall, there's padding on the walls, there's a padded gym floor. You know, we could go with, aggregate concrete that would prevent slipping, anti-slip concrete and stuff. We wouldn't need to add anything like that. And, we could also have carpentry students and things, you know, if we want to separate classrooms or offices and stuff. The students and the teachers could do a certain amount of that work on their own building, which they did in Henrico County. You know, they kind of used it as a teaching and learning experience. And, you know, I'm not saying that, I don't know if that certainly won't save us on time or speed, but that could save some money too, and give the kids an opportunity to actually build their own school or their own shop space.
Am I remembering correctly that the last talks we had about acquiring the land back here, the family was in talks of backing out of that? Not thrilled about it?
Say that again.
Am I remembering correctly that the last talks we had about acquiring the land back here, that the family was not big on that anymore?
No, which is, you know, it's unfortunate that we're talking about it in public because the lady who owns the land really didn't want the word to get out that we were interested in it because, you know, it's land that she wants her sons to inherit. So it's not that she wouldn't give us what we needed, but you know, she wants to keep as much for her children as possible.
So it may or may not be a possibility. Well, and like I said, I mean, I have no problem with, you know, if we needed to, in the short term, add, you know, the steel building, just to alleviate some of this problem. But to me, that's kind of like putting a trailer in the back of the school, just to alleviate the, you know, the pressure that we have right now for, you know, a short term solution, but not for the long term. So my point is, we should be thinking long term. What are we going to do with this? And you know, when we have an opportunity that we have community groups that are thinking about doing, you know, helping us out, we have donors that are thinking about helping us out, then I think we should, you know, we would be responsible not to take it on and try to think forward by, you know, by making the most out of this aid and help that is being offered to us. So that's where I think we needed to vote on this. And you know, to the extent that we can take advantage of that, then we can just take that out of the line item, hope for that, and then just take care of the priorities, which right now are for our elementary schools.
Another thing to consider too with us talking about developing that land at the central campus, there's two main, I would say one of them is a need, the other's a huge want. If you talk to the public, an auditorium that is of use to all the schools in the county, and a swimming pool that is of use to all the high schools in the county. You develop that land, it gives you the possibility down the road in the future to add those. I think we're crazy not to take advantage of land we already own.
So you want to include that in the planning for
No, I'm saying if we get the plan set for what we want as far as triplet and we do it in phases, it gives us room for conversation down the road if money were to come available for an auditorium, pool. You know, those are the pool. I would consider that a need, /1. you know, it could be added down the road if the land's developed and ready for it.
But it could also be developed at the time they wanna build the pool, right? You know, like, you know.
We've
I'm
already
just-
got a CTE facility on the property,
Right.
you know, it's already prepared for it. On top of that, we're alleviating traffic problems at the central campus.
And how much is that estimate, what was it, 1 million or something, or 1.5 to create the traffic loop to ease that up? Is that, we talk about that a lot, and I don't remember what the number
I
was.
think Dr. Shepherd has included it in here.
Yeah.
$1.2.
And could that be planned, you know, with, you know, without building parking lots or roads to where something in the future would be built? We could open up that loop without adding a building, right? Yeah, okay.
Well, it would be, because it's part of the renovation for Robinson, for the Robinson.
Okay. So what does minimal expansion here mean to all of us?
Me personally, I'd say, we limit how much we're spending on this when we're considering something new at the central campus. That's where the majority of our money that we're gonna put to CPE should be spent. I mean, it opens it up more to the kids on the northern end.
No disrespect, but that's not what I asked. What are we talking about space-wise or minimal expansion?
I don't
So-
see any point in building anything new on this facility. Renovating
Renovating to what
what's
end?
existing.
Okay. But not gaining any more space.
I don't see a point in it.
So, let me just, can you help, maybe you can help, Mr. Chavi, what is the cost if we decide to put the steel building? It's obviously not just, so let's say that cost, I would have to think it's a lot more than that, because if that was in 2019, 18, it's probably gone at least 50% off higher, I would think, since then. So we're talking about maybe $700,000. But then I see here, for example, it would also have to include the renovation of the solar farm, because it would go where the solar farm is, right?
That's, probably, but they're,
Well, where else would it go?
oh, no, yeah,
The steel
yes, we
building.
would have to move those solar panels, but.
So that's $1 million.
An estimate of that.
And, so what are the costs of just doing that steel, building?
Well, from what I
Yes.
have calculated and talked to a couple different contractors and some other building consorts in this area, I talked to some in Pennsylvania. I mean, I think it would be under 2.5 million to build the building, but I'll say 3, just to be fair in it, or, to give fluctuations, because I mean, I don't know exactly what we need to put in there. So, and until we know exact needs, space in each room, or in each bay, that kind of is yet to be determined. But that would include concrete, insulation, utilities.
And the
Electric.
relocation of the existing solar farm?
No, not into the 3 million, I'm talking for the building itself.
So we're talking about at
So
least
we're at
4
4.
million.
Yep.
And then, the equipment and all that, and once you make, and I'm speaking about this from pure ignorance, because I don't know. once you build those bays and all that kind of stuff, I mean, I'm assuming the equipment is movable if we have to move it to the central campus, but then the other
Well,
stuff.
the lifts
wouldn't
and things, yeah, I mean, that could eventually
So-
be moved, but, you know,
be- So this is including the equipment also, that would go in there?
that's to build that building
Just the
and
building, but
move
not
the
the
equipment in, I figure 2.5 to 3 million.
Then plus whatever, because if we're making it bigger, we're gonna need new equipment, so that's,
Well,
so we're talking about $5 million.
2.5 million is being very conservative, considering in 2018, it cost $450,000 to build a 4,500 square foot building. You're going 4 times that 8 years later.
And current prices are what I based it on, not 2018 prices, but, yeah.
And
I didn't-
moving the solar panels would be in addition to your estimate.
Yes,
Yes.
that's what, we're just,
That's
what-
it would be about
$1
$4
million.
million, but, you know, I believe there, you know, some of our, I know there's been some contact and talking with the solar company and different things where there may be a way to work some of that out.
We own them, or is that?
No, they're
I was gonna say,
leased.
usually, we don't own
Yeah,
them.
no, we don't.
So we're talking about somewhere between $4 and $5 million just for the steel building. And that's not including if we have to acquire additional land for parking and, or do you move that solar equipment to?
Well, I added the million on, so, you know, I think we're under 5, but, you know, I think
We're still
we're,
up with
you know,
one inch.
4 and a quarter or somewhere in there.
That's what I'm saying, between $4 or $5 million just for the building and moving the solar panels. But we're not talking about any additional land that we may need to acquire for more parking, or where are we gonna put the solar, the solar panels? Are they gonna go, up in this building, or
Well,
are we
that's-
gonna have to acquire the land? So then we have to add the cost of the land and developing that land. So we're probably,
Well,
The excess
developing it, I
of
don't know, I mean, you know, it's a possibility you could move the solar panels there, but that's yet
Or
to be
parking.
determined, we'll have
it's
to
not
look at
free, so we
that.
had, to add some kind of cost. I don't know how much that would be, as long as we do gravel, but the cost of gravel is coming up, so.
Solar panels can be put on the roof.
Yeah,
But I do wanna clarify, the 1.2 million that I gave you earlier for the road improvements, that was just for some road improvements to add an extra, outlet at W.W. Robinson. If we wanted to open up Hoover Road, that's about 3.5 million.
okay.
Yeah, so new roadway connected Hoover, and these are best guess, and then VDOT requirements at Hoover Road, so that's 3.5. I think one of the things that, Dale Cup and John Mather proposed was to add an additional exit there on, Ox Road.
Do we have any data from the northern campus students who don't come here because of the time of distance? I mean, has there ever been a data collection on this?
It's the same. Oh, it's the same. Yeah, it's the
Okay.
same. I don't know if I can get it on there.
Yeah.
Oh, perfect. So here is the data from the last 5 or 6 years, and it has this, current year, 2026, 27. So this is tentative. It will grow, over the next, 3 months before school starts. So, to take this year's data with a grain of salt, but, the last 5 years are the numbers of students that we had at Triple Tech.
So we do not have data on how many do not attend because of the distance.
No. No, we wouldn't have that, we wouldn't,
Would there be,
unless we did a survey
or is there a correlation to how many students per total population of the school go to triplet? Like a percentage, because then if we see that the Strasburg is a lot lower, which which is a bigger school, then maybe that would help.
So it should be Central High School has the most students at triplet, followed by Strasburg and then Stonewall Jackson, just because of the, but I haven't calculated that, that actual percentage.
And what are the, like, how many total students do we have at Strasburg compared to Stonewall, for example?
So in September, when we reported to the state, we had 590 at Strasburg and 504 at Stonewall.
But that's total students, not
Yes.
just those.
Correct, that's total students.
That's juniors and seniors, I think that's correct.
Right.
And then it's just.
That was 9 to 12. That was not just juniors and seniors.
How many in Central?
Central campus, 9 to 12, same date was 686.
So this past year was the first year ever that Strasburg outnumbered the number of Stonewall students coming in. And this year it's projected that Strasburg's gonna be less than Stonewall again.
It's almost like this year was the enrollment.
That's an interesting question. Why is it projected that less are coming?
These are the number of students who signed up for
Oh,
the
okay.
actual class and that have been accepted. However, you know, we do have some slots that are available in some classes, so those will fill October this summer.
So, I mean,
So these
theoretically,
numbers will change slightly.
but theoretically, I mean, given these numbers, Strasburg's number should be probably like 110-ish, 115, if we were to look at the trends from Central and Stonewall.
Some in rough numbers, I didn't know these up. Central should be about 38.5%, the number of students that attend triplet. Strasburg should be at 33%, and Stonewall should be at 28%.
And that's
If we
all
looked at-
grades, 9 through 12.
Very close, yes,
But
because.
not just juniors and seniors.
Right, correct.
So,
That's what it should be.
right.
Correct.
Yes, but it's not that different between juniors and seniors and.
So, broadly speaking, without doing real math, we're talking about maybe 24, 25 kids from Strasburg that should be coming to Stonewall or not. I mean, to triplet, I'm sorry, to triplet.
Yeah.
So if we have 350 students, Stonewall Jackson should be sending about 98 students. And Strasburg should be about between 115 and 116.
7 students that are not coming.
That are not coming this year or last year? So-
That are gonna be coming this year,
Okay.
this next year, yeah, that are enrolled for this next year. Probably because of the price gas.
Looking at these numbers, it looks like the trend is we're getting less students in triplet. It's going down. What, do we know why that is?
It actually, 349, 357, 352, those are all about the same. This number, the tentative number for this coming school year, like I said, that one's gonna grow. That will grow.
How much does it usually grow? Like ballparkish, you know, from this point to when everyone is signed up?
It just depends. I mean, yeah, I can't tell you it's gonna grow 40 kids, I can't tell you it's gonna grow 10 kids.
Well, and then other things like, you know, how many take health sciences, if that were to move to Valley Health in the near distant future, how would that, you know, how many kids from Strasbourg take health courses, how many, you know, wanna take welding, you know, those kind of things.
I think something else that has not been discussed over all the time we've been discussing triplet is how many of the students, when we always talk about 100 students got turned away, how many of those students did not have the grades to attend triplet? Because I know from previous, kids have been turned away. I'll give you an example. There was a child that had a D in English who wanted to get into the electrical program, and they were turned away. That was one of the reasons they were turned away. How many of those 100 do not have grades up to par to have them come here? It would take away from their core curriculum.
So, students that would not necessarily get into the electrical program may get into another program that has a vacancy, with a D. Or, you know, because it's not always kids with A's, B's, and C's who are gonna do, you know, great in trades work, you know, it really is somebody who really wants to do that work, so. You know, behavior is a real criteria, and attendance is, you know, those are two things that students need to, grades not necessarily, they may not be, you know, real excited about, English or, math, but then whenever they're asked to do something in the trades, they do just fine.
You brought up another good point. How many classrooms are taken away in this building because of behavior issues? Bridge, the other program we have.
One, classroom for, but it's a smaller classroom, and then the, after school, the, ASC, which is the attendant, suspension program, it's out in the Mella building.
Little brick building down there.
Yeah, brick building behind us, yeah.
And how much space is in that brick building? Is that,
There's
like
some
storage or something?
There's some storage
Okay.
in that classroom. And it's very few students in that classroom. 10 or less, yeah, 10 or less.
On that subject, what's the, I'm just curious, what's the difference between those students and charter house students?
So the alternative suspension center, these are kids who are in, Strasbourg, high school, Central High School, Stonewall Jackson, in our middle schools, North Fork, that just go there instead of, in lieu of out-of-school suspension, they go to our alternative suspension center. So those are the ones that are in the brick building. There's a class here that is, Bridge and, Restart, that is actually in the building, and it's smaller as well, just a few students. Those are students who can be successful in a smaller environment and don't necessarily need to be outplaced. So it could be credit recovery. Do you want to talk a little bit about our non-traditional program? Sure.
So it could be credit recovery, bridge program where they were trying to facilitate they get into high school. It could be the student that has went in front of the study committee, and that's a placement for them on their way to work back into the regular school. The restart is 2 days a week afterwards, in the afternoon, it's after hours. There are also students that's been in front of the study committee, may have more serious things that occurred. They're not in the bridge program, but they're outside and they work their way back into the bridge program back to high school.
Could be, vaping issues, THC vaping issues, not necessarily behavior, significant behavior where the kids aren't able to stay in the classroom.
And I'm just curious, this system, is that mandated, or is that just what we chose to do or provide, or?
It's a way to keep kids in Shenandoah County public schools without outplacing them or sending them home for out-of-school suspension, because some students actually think that home placement is better than being in school. So, and we want them for as many days as possible. So it's not mandated necessarily, but if we outplace them to a charter house or a rec, the Ridge Educational Center, it's much more expensive.
How do they get here from the other campuses in the morning?
Us.
Bus, okay, so we bus them here. Well, on that note too, how many kids drive from Strasburg?
Yeah.
Or do they take a bus?
Either.
Okay.
All of the parking spots are full during this day.
Yeah, I know.
Not today, because our seniors
Yeah.
are gone, but yes, they're typically. But we have kids on the buses as well.
Yeah, I've seen them come in, and it just kind of dawned on me, we're talking about gas prices, so if they're riding the bus, it would be alleviated from their personal pockets, but some kids do drive.
So all 3 high schools have to be either or,
Yes.
bus or drive.
And, I assure you, if they're driving, I take them 45 minutes. Because I have those diesel trucks all too, but.
I can tell you, my son started the school year out driving himself and quickly realized how much it was costing him in gas and chose to ride the bus.
Be a fact.
So the bus leaves, like, they have to get out of class early to pick up and get the bus, or how does that work?
No, he was a senior, so he started in the morning.
Oh.
So as soon as he got to high school, he got on the bus. But the bus is consistently. The bus consistently is late every morning getting here.
And I
So
suspect, no, I'm sorry.
they're missing instruction time, and then when they get back, there's no time for lunch, if you're going in the morning.
Ms. Cardenio was right about the time and distance and so forth in Strasburg, but I'm sure there's some other factors. Strasburg's different. It just is. I don't know if that's good or bad, it just is.
Yeah, we've always done that for decades.
It's culture.
I like the way it was told to me. One of our former students told me it is the Harvard of Shenandoah County. The Harvard of Shenandoah County.
Well, that's because Mr.
You remember-
Vance taught there,
You-
but that's leveled down now.
You remember the days when there was talk of going to one high school in the county?
Yes.
And you
I
know who
remember
definitely was,
consolidation.
yeah, you know who definitely was against that.
Well, consolidation, there were two battles on that. One was in the late 50s, and Frank Stover was the undertaker in Strasburg. And you see where he put it. He buried it. And then the other one was,
80s.
I think that was decided on one vote, school board and board of supervisors.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, it was obviously, there was one part of the county that was highly against it.
Good north.
Anyway, continue.
So, we've also noticed, well, I actually noticed this year that we only had one Strasburg student go to Governor School, which is down at Stonewall Jackson, Strasburg High School. But other years there have been, an equal number across the division, so I'm not sure, it peaks and valleys.
Just like a lot of things.
Do we know how many applied to governor's school from Strasburg?
I do not. Mr. Lindsay may be able to pull that up for this year.
For this year.
They would have graduated this year. They would have graduated this year.
Are they permitted, to go to Laurel Ridge?
No, our governor's school is at, Stonewall Jackson, so the one, Frederick Warren Clark goes to the one at Laurel Ridge for governor. Are you talking about governor's school? in
No, go
particular?
there to take the college class.
Yes, yes.
They can go.
Yes. Any of our 3 high
Any.
schools. Yes.
I know we have some juniors at the Northern and juniors being next year that are going to Laurel Ridge for some classes.
Because they would offer classes there that, well, we talked about this informally, that we don't have teachers to teach dual enrollment in the building, so they can skip down to Middletown, pick up that college program.
If they take it on campus, it's a little less expensive for them, free, versus what they would have to pay at Laurel Ridge.
Plus the pass factor.
Yes,
That's what Stonewall does, right?
yeah. Stonewall has the most dual enroll teachers, Central has the next, and then Strasburg has the fewest. But we do share between the schools as we're able dual enroll teachers.
So, maybe let's see, I don't know if I'm reading you right, so you probably wanna go back to your initial question on how do we prioritize of the 3 million?
Right, so
Yeah.
it's 11:30, and, I'm just giving you a time check here, it's 11:30, the board of supervisors will be here at noon, and we'll have lunch with them, and also talk about our major capital as well. But, what we need to do is prioritize the $3 million that we are receiving from the board of supervisors. We need to prioritize the projects that we're going to do, so that we, can then, go out for proposal for architectural engineering services.
Do you want that answer before meeting with them or after?
At some point, today would be nice.
I think we need the answer to the county farm property. Because we need to clarify what's available, what's not, before we get into that. So
And I think that-
hopefully they'll come with a definitive answer instead of a maybe. So it might be after. That's just I'm trying to run the show. I don't speak construction.
Well, you are the chairman.
Sir?
You are the chairman.
Yes, I am. I'm making the
Feel free to run the show.
I'm just making the suggestion.
And I'm sorry I moved earlier, I couldn't hear you guys, so.
Oh, no,
yeah, I
that's
just
just
wanted
good.
to be able
I'm
to
glad
see you.
I'm glad you did, I couldn't
Yeah.
sit around and shout.
Yeah. No, I agree with that, but then the other question is, what are we doing, say, that land is not available? What are our
Have
next
another
steps?
retreat probably.
Less students are not gonna be attending our schools, so how are we gonna deal with this situation, that is fast approaching about, being at capacity? How are we gonna address this if we do not have that elementary school? Because I heard a lot of people just, being against it, but nobody's offered a true solution to the problem. I honestly don't think that the solution is adding to a, Sandy Hook, just based on the space that they have there and the traffic and all that stuff. So then, what are we gonna talk about in here?
Well,
What's gonna be a
I'm not
solution?
planting seed here, Ms. Corvinio, but owning land in the middle of the county and also at Sandy Hook. If we're denied the land in Morristown, I really don't know where you would find land.
That's what I'm saying.
Secondly, owning that land on those two campuses, or joins those two campuses,
opens up the possibility, what's the correct term, Dr. Shepherd, for a feeder school?
So I have been calling them primary and upper elementary, but, you know,
So you take some grades out of Sandy
So
Hook.
lower elementary, and upper elementary, yeah.
But it doesn't alleviate the traffic problem.
It will not alleviate the traffic problem. One way in, one way out, one bridge, two
Well,
lanes.
and the other thing is, we're talking about, instead of building one building, now we're talking about two, potentially three different buildings, with three additional administration, with three renovations, with three additional bus routes. So I mean, I don't know, if that's, and we came like, when I lived in Pennsylvania, that's what we had for our kids. We had the lower elementary and the upper elementary schools. They're completely different schools. You know, the lower elementary has its own principal and the whole staff, and it's a different school. And the upper elementary is the same thing, a completely different school. So it's not like we're having a satellite school, it's two different schools.
Yes.
So we're going, instead of building one school, we're building two, potentially three, which I don't understand how that makes it easier.
Well, when, you know, and from what I understand, historically, that's why they did pick up that land on both the campuses, was to build, you know, another school there in the future. That seems to be their idea of planning for more people coming, was to buy that land, and particularly, and I forget which one of them said it, but I mean, one of them did tell me that's why we bought that land years ago, to put
But that's only for
another
the
school
central
there.
campus. I mean, we still have the biggest problem at the northern campus.
No, but
And
they
the
bought
southern
that
campus is
additional
gonna-
land in Sandy Hook too, but I mean, you know,
Well,
the
yeah,
big
but then-
caveat there is, I mean,
You're gonna have to build a new bridge to go
So,
over, you
yeah,
know, a
but
double decker
with
bridge.
going over a street, you know, going over the river and everything, I mean, you're looking at, you know, probably a decade of planning and stuff with the EPA, so, I mean, none of it's gonna be easy, but yeah. So,
That would be not
but,
even possible.
but keeping, but like, if that did happen, I mean, bus routes would be the same, because they'd be going to the same place. So it wouldn't add bus
Maybe.
routes,
That's a maybe,
you
not
know,
necessarily.
and there are ways where you could have one principal overlooking two smart, I mean, I'm not saying they won't
Not
add
one
people, but I mean, there are school districts that do that. Maybe not in Virginia, but, you know,
Not in Pennsylvania.
yeah, they do down in town.
Well,
Like
we were,
Virginia,
they had
so.
two different Pennsylvania, one time we were in New
Well, you were in
York.
Bucks County, though, they're kind of, you know, they're weird folks up there, so. No, I'm just, you know, but there are instances of it, so that's not nation, you know, or statewide, is all I'm saying. So, because I knew a guy who was an assistant principal down at whatever the middle school was, for down east, and they put a secondary building there, or elementary school, so. But I mean, none of what we're talking about here is going to be easy, because everything is gonna need more staff. So, which, you know, how many schools do we have that were fully staffed this year? Yeah, not, yeah,
I think that's why we had a surplus.
yeah, exactly. So,
And the reality is, let's face it, I'm all about looking in the future, and this is where I have a problem with government. You know, I do believe in looking in the future down the road, but the reality is what's affordable? Realistically, what money is there to do that?
well, but, yeah, that's
It
what,
depends on if you do it in phases.
Well,
or not.
Yeah, but you know what I'm talking about. I mean, we got taxes due here really soon, and you know, what the reality is, what can this county pay for? That's the reality.
Well, but I may add, while you're right, part of the reason we're in this problem is because we've been kicked down the road so many times, and now it's caught up with us. If somebody in the past had started looking for this and finding ways to address this, we wouldn't be having this million meetings that we've been having for the last 2.5 years.
well, yeah, you're 100% right, and I mean, there's another thing that's looming. I mean, when was the last time our 3 middle schools were updated or renovated?
so they were built in 1990s.
Yeah. And then, you know, so we have those looming, and then the high schools would be projecting after that. So, I mean, that's why, And we are at a real disadvantage here, because we have to figure all this out, but we need things we have to fix like yesterday, not in a month. So the space problems, you know, I don't, back to your question, Gloria, I don't know. You know, and I, you know, as unlikely as it seems that we're gonna be able to build on that park in the very near future, I mean, or at all, I mean, what do we do on the campuses as they exist? I mean, modulars is the only thing I can think of, I mean, that would immediately do something. Because, you know, there's a lot of, you know, unforeseen factors there. And even punching out on the Route 11, that's a US route. That's gonna take a while for VDOT to study that. You know, you know, dealing with VDOT on many different things right now, signs, parking lots that I'm doing in my other work. I mean, we're talking years.
I know, that's
So,
that's
you know,
why.
so in the meantime, I mean, I think we're, you know, we may have to invest in modulars or something to plan for, you know, the next 5 years or so. So, I mean, because I don't realistically see us breaking ground, even if we said today, yes, we can build in Morristown for at least 3 years.
Right, but.
And that's minimum.
But every year that we keep kicking this down the road, it's, you know,
Oh,
people
no,
and
agreed.
problems, and,
Yeah.
and I feel sorry for anybody who's gonna have to be driving their kids to these schools with now additional modulars and not, I mean, do we even have space at Gully Robinson to put them?
So, when Miller and Dealing Mountain were looking at adding additional classrooms, they were struggling to find space.
Yeah, there's no, I mean, it's it's sandwiched in the middle, there's no real, and then it's a hill in the back, right? So
Yeah.
you can't really, a floating.
Somebody should have planned a long time ago to go up to the second floor. I mean, we were just in that building in Newmarket. Hey, they have 2 stories here. What? Nobody came up
Right.
with that thought when they started building the frames?
Yeah.
You know,
That's true, but now we're paying for somebody's lack of vision.
Mr.
you don't say.
The existing elementary schools, is the architecture there to go up?
Most likely not, but I cannot confirm that.
Yeah.
During the time of construction back in the 70s, most likely when those were constructed in the late 70s, they probably did not have enough foresight to be able to have that design to go multi-story.
Yeah, well, and I know that was addressed here too. What it is, I mean, you'd have to take it all the way down to the block and then put in new steel girders
Reinforce
to hold the second floor. Yeah, like you couldn't come in,
And just
what's
put it-
planned for roof load is 100% different than what, you know, living space.
One of the thoughts here was to add a 2-story building on the front, not take the existing, space, but add 2 stories on the front of the,
Yeah.
which would take out some of the front yard.
Yeah.
But they weren't gonna do that. in the
Well,
already
in one of the
existing
studies, they
image.
talked about that, but they, you know,
Yeah.
the trusses were
The
too
beams
far
were too far
apart,
apart.
so, yeah.
Now, I do understand, Mr. Vance, that the middle schools that were built in the 90s have been constructed to withstand a second story.
And certainly the high school is not.
Correct.
We're discussing.
Definitely not the high school, for
Definitely
sure.
not. For that ever to come across.
Well, unless we have a lot of people who decide to homeschool, we're gonna have to decide, you know, what we're gonna do with this. And I still think, obviously, to me, the renovations of the re-elementaries are the priority.
Yeah.
But I do think we need to start looking at the other ones, so that's why I propose that if we did the, 3 elementaries, the plans for the new elementary, and then, some of the triple intent renovation, that would bring us to 3.150, and then we could try to see if the board supervisors would be willing to come up with a 150.
But the plans for the new elementary school, where are you putting that?
Well, that's why we're planning to talk to them, during lunch and see, and have them understand. I mean, if we don't get that, I would like to hear from them, what is it that we're gonna do if we don't get that land in Morgantown?
I think you're right, and I want to hear a yes or a no, not a maybe.
Right.
Because a maybe kicks the can.
Yeah.
As we were discussing on our trip to Newmarket, Dr. Shepherd, remember the trivia question, the old school burned in 1968. And they built Sandy Hook. How long, Dr. Shepherd, did it take them to, because then the public opinion shifted to the middle grades, middle school. And when did Signal Now come into being?
Early 90s.
Early 90s, so you're going from 68 to 1990 to get the middle school where it is. That was the heat of battle, too.
3 to 25.
Something like that.
But that's why we like to hear from them. If Morgantown is not an option, I want them to tell us what is an option. And what are we gonna do? Since they've taken the liberty of doing a resolution where they're gonna be pretty much babysitting us and as to how we're gonna spend the money, which I question whether it's even legal, but it's what they wanna do, then I want them to tell us, how are we gonna address the overcrowding of our schools?
Well, they'll come back and tell us, that's for us to figure out.
Well, no,
Sure.
but we figure it out, and then they do a resolution where they say, oh, no, cute of you to try.
Well, didn't we ask, though, in our, the thing I thought we agreed that we were gonna do, we voted on a study of whether we could do that school up there. So,
But I thought there was
I mean,
talk that there was no point in doing the study
Mhm.
if they're not gonna commit to the land.
okay.
I mean, to me, it's kind of pointless. They represent all the same districts that we represent. So they can't deny the growth. They see it. What is their plan to, going forward, to deal with the overcrowding?
Well, and that's hopefully what we can work out amongst us here, but,
Well, but my concern is, it doesn't matter, we've already had this vote several times, we've already made these decisions, and then we're told, well, yeah, cute of you to try, but that's not what we want. So then I wanna hear, okay, so what are the options that we really have? How are we gonna solve this problem that we have, and that is growing?
well, all right, let's assume for the sake of argument, they come in and say, no way, Morgantown Park is out. What are our
Well,
thoughts here?
Our
What do we
thought
do?
is,
What
I
do
wanna
we
hear
go
from
back
them.
at?
I wanna hear from them, okay,
that's-
what do we have? And if they say we have no land, it's like, okay, so how are we gonna address the overcrowding?
Then
of
we're
the
right back
schools?
to building on the spots they already own.
So we need to
Then
find
have
out
them be
what they
accountable to the
propose.
constituents.
And let's just say, for the sake of argument, they say that's up for you to propose. What are we gonna say?
I'm saying no.
You say, no, we don't build anything?
Well, no, we don't build where they are right now. We tell, if they're gonna say no to everything we've proposed so far, I want them to tell us, okay, then what are the real options that we have here?
Okay.
Because like I said, like we said right now, even Robinson, we can't even put modulars in there, we're gonna have to space it with the modulars in there. So even if we decided to grow where they are right now, and forget about the traffic and forget about all that, we don't even have the space.
We have space to build another building. That's probably where we would have to go.
So, but that's, okay, so that's the one school, so then you have to build another building over there. Okay, see that solar bomb there. Then we have Sandy Hook. You're just gonna keep on adding modulars until we have a whole
Well, we can
field of
build-
modulars.
There's land there to build another building, from what I understand.
Well,
that we
yeah, but
can.
that, I don't even know, I mean, honestly, I'll be honest with you, I don't even know, I mean, have we even had a study from VDOT to say that we can actually build and have more of congestion in there? I mean, I would be afraid, if I'm a parent with a kid in there, I'd be afraid that there would be an emergency during rush hour, that there's gonna be no way for the emergency vehicles to get in there. I mean, do we even have that? I mean, do we have a study from VDOT that says, oh yeah, you can build another, wing, or you can add to this building. I mean, do we have that?
We do not, but I don't know that they would tell us we couldn't. I don't think VDOT would tell us we couldn't put a building there.
All I got to say is go down there and sit at 2 o'clock in the afternoon and see if you're gonna get an ambulance through to get to Signal Mountain Middle School if God forbid there was an emergency.
Or 7:45 in the morning.
There you go. Or God forbid a fire. You're not getting apparatus down that road that time of day.
All right, it is 11:48, so let's take about a 12-minute break. Our board of supervisors are starting to come in. Hello, Mr. Kalin. And, be back here at noon.
Lunch was very enjoyable. Now officially, Board of Supervisors are called to order.
All right, so thank you guys for being here, we really appreciate it. The school board has been meeting this morning, talking about our major capital projects. But before we get into, the meat and potatoes of the meeting, Mr. Hensley is going, you should have something that looks like this at your table. Mr. Taylor asked us to do an update while we were here, so Mr. Hensley is going to update you on the CIP project progress.
So the first 3 pages you have are the projects and the funding of how much allocated for each of those projects. That's what we shared with you last time. There were some questions about where are you in those projects. So what we tried to do is go back, and the pages behind it are documents of each one of those of where we're at. If it's totally greened out, that means it's done. We're finished with it. If it's not greened out, that means there's situations that we have on there where we are. Maybe we're in the process of getting some permits, like I know Mr. Farmer's put in for some permits for the pads at different schools for some buildings. So it has those marked on each one. Out of, there are 36 lines of funding on here, which spread across FY25 and FY26. Out of those 36 lines, the way we're looking at it right now, we know that there will be 4 projects that probably will not be completed out of it, which would be the renovation of transportation, bus garage, which is 2 different lines. And then the replacement, obviously, of the gym rooftop unit at Sandy Hook that we put on hold because we're doing the AC projects, and we don't want to put something in and then have to remove what we put in. The sewer line reconditioning will probably be one that's not done, it's ongoing, that we're identifying those areas to give the contractors get the cost. Ones that are up in the air right now are the press box at the football field at Central High School, the walkway between Sandy Hook and the gym, and then the handicap ramp. We're getting the final quotes on that behind WW. There's a good possibility that could be in, depends on our contractors and their availability at that time. So there could be a possible 7 of those lines that would not be used, but all the others, which would be 29 lines, should be by the end of August, hopefully done. Just as you look through, we're trying to put the different pieces, because I know it's important for you all, on these sheets, where we have the check boxes, the things that we know we have to do to accomplish. We're putting check boxes in and checking whether it's been accomplished. We put those to the side. So that's what every project, we're gonna be trying to do that moving forward, because we know that's important to you all, to know where are we in the money and make sure we're getting our money spent. So that nothing's setting just in idle. We wanna make sure things are moving forward. So made a lot of progress this past year on all these projects.
Are you comfortable, Ted, just sharing the link to this spreadsheet? Is that okay, or?
I've shared it with you, so
Yeah.
I'm perfectly fine with it.
Okay.
And you all, I'll give it to you.
Instead of having to print everything, that way we just,
Yeah.
we need to, all that stuff.
But I'll reshare the link with you, and you can share it out now. And we update that every Thursday-ish. That's our goal, every Thursday.
We appreciate it, that's for sure. And the 3 modular units at Sandy Hook are on schedule?
They're on schedule to be done, and that's one of the questions about the connecting walkway between, because we're trying to see if we can get a company to be able to work on that at the same time we're finishing that project coming out the hall, so that we're not letting concrete down and things back up. So some logistical things within a small amount of time. That should be on track, on line to go.
And Friday's our last day of school, so.
Thanks, Ted.
Anything else?
Any questions? Thoughts? Concerns?
This does not include our news yet. Let's see. Here, whatever.
What are the figures on this comparable to the figures in this?
So the figures on this, I don't see the year on yours, but this is from this year
Yes,
moving
ma'am.
forward. These are from previous years.
Okay, so none of those are on here. That's all new, this is all the old.
So this is not maintenance? Okay.
This is all the CIP money you gave us in the current year and the year prior, and the surplus from 24 that we allocated for those projects
Okay.
at the end of last year.
Can you identify maintenance? What do you all consider maintenance? And there again, I'm just trying to learn, because people ask me, and I don't know, what you all, is it a dollar figure, is it what y'all are capable of doing, in-house? I just don't know how to explain, that's why it's good for us to get together, and I wanna learn.
I think, and Evan, if I'm wrong, let me know. But I think any of our projects that are over like a certain dollar number, and that's probably, I know we have some things on here that are like 5 and, 10,000, but anything that's over like a certain dollar number, we put it on our capital improvement plan. So what we were just talking about just now was capital improvement, the things that are those big, dollar figures that, but as far as maintenance, what our maintenance group can handle is, just the general, replacing toilets or replacing light fixtures or, things like that. But we sub out things that are much more difficult than that. Kevin, do you wanna kind of give an idea?
Operationally, our funds and maintenance are for daily activities that you spoke of. That would be any incidences of plumbing issues, backups, sewer issues, light fixtures, anything from birds getting into buildings as far as the outside. Anything that has to do with our operational facilities is our maintenance funds. Anything that necessarily dollar figure, as she spoke of, would be your capital improvement, much like your major items. Nothing that's of magnitude, say like construction or taking, like a certain number of trees out or something like that. We could do. It really just depends on the amount of workload that we have, because when they're not performing maintenance facilities items, they're also doing preventative maintenance. We have an extensive preventative maintenance program that we have to do, maintain to help minimize the amount of items that we do have coming in on a given month. Say, we could have several hundred work orders per month.
And maybe this isn't the time to bring it up, we can talk about it later, but I got some questions in regard to that. I'm not, we talk about it now, we talk about it later. So I'm just trying to get my arms wrapped on this thing a little bit.
Right, so when you look at our, the amount allocated, it's usually in, I see there's one for $3,500 or $3,600 and one for $5,300. But mainly it's $10,000, $50,000. It's those really large projects that require us maybe to outsource the repair and the maintenance, the repair of the item. So, the numbers that are standing out to me is 30,000, 200,000, 50,000. So those are the ones that go on the capital improvement list, which you'll see on this one.
I got some questions I do want to
Yeah,
ask
well,
before the
on that note, are there any, like, do you sub out any of the maintenance work, bring in contractors to do other things?
And it comes back to the amount of extensive damage. Say, for instance, if we have a sewer line that keeps backing up, and all of a sudden we have an absolute failure, then we have to sub that out to have all of that stuff.
Yeah, I understand that. And then something like, that you have to do like refinishing a gym floor, is that CIP or is that considered part of the maintenance?
It's not CIP, it's part of the maintenance, is that right?
Yes.
And, but that is also, a skill set that our employees don't necessarily have. We wanna make sure that those gym floors are done right.
Oh, I'm not advocating not to do that, I just want clarification on what's what.
Most of these projects would tie up staff for several months.
Sure.
We can't do that, obviously, with, facilities.
Right.
I think there's been a kind of confusion now that we're in this discussion, CIP makes a lot better sense to me because we're talking about bigger dollars, we're talking about facilities and things. Up to this point, we haven't been having those types of discussions, so some of the things like the gym floor, Norfolk that's addressed, chair that we don't have money in our current budget to do, those types of things went into CIP to get them accomplished. So, but now that we're kind of on the building process, I think everybody sees a larger picture of what a true CIP plan is, that it's your big dollar amounts and everything else will be going into maintenance. And that's where we need to start looking at adjusting our maintenance budgets to be able to capture the things like total reconditioning floors, because Norfolk, they're the last one in our division to get their floor redone. So, it's a process to go through, and that money's not there to be able to do it in a larger scale, like that's taking the floor completely down, repainting, resurfacing, getting it back again. So that's where the confusion, I think, is been a little bit with this in the past.
I think I'm gonna go and ask my question, might get lost in the shuffle when we get into the bigger and better things. Do y'all have any painters on your payroll? Anybody that can paint in your department?
Our custodial staff will do that.
Sir?
They'll take, the custodial staff will take that on sometimes. In the summertime, they'll paint areas, but as far as professionally, we hire contractors to do that part.
Okay, what if it's a small job?
Custodial staff and or maintenance staff,
Okay.
depending on the scale.
I'm just trying, I tell you what, if I've gotten one call, I've gotten a dozen calls or more on the paint peeling off the walls in the kitchen. They'll come up to me, anywhere I go, they'll come and say, hey, my kid's eating in that kitchen, there's paint peeling off the wall. Why don't you all give the school board enough money to fix that? It puts me in a pickle. It puts our whole board in a pickle trying to answer questions like that. I see you've got on the thing, it's $100,000 estimated cost, $50,000 this year, $50,000 next year. When you put that out if you put that out for bid, you're gonna have to pay somebody to do that. Why can't that be done in-house?
The long-term solution to that is actually going to be a stainless steel laminate, rather than painting and repainting an area subject to moisture. So while we can do the short-term fixes, the long-term repair would actually be that. So to answer your question direct, is we could, there are restrictions, we only can do that when there's nothing, when there's no session, when there's no classes in session.
Oh, I understand that.
And or that, so we have those restrictions, but for smaller scope work, we can certainly take care of those items.
But it says repaint. So you're saying it's gonna cost $100,000 to paint the 10 kitchens?
The original intent of that project, I think you're looking at the 27 CIP proposal, was to totally strip down every single kitchen in every single school and repaint floor to ceiling and all the walls. That was the original intent of that project. That project, I don't think, made the cut for the final CIP. So we are going to touch up where the paint is peeling.
If you're gonna do something long-term, why spend $100,000 on paint? When in 3 years' time, 4 years' time, you're gonna have to redo it again. I'm not criticizing, I'm just trying to get some answers, because people eat their life out for the public. You're not giving the school board enough money to fix my kid's kitchen up.
I'm gonna bring us out, first of all, it's great, we're doing this together, and appreciate everybody's, service and commitment. In fact, way out at a higher level for me, I don't, have a specific line item, but, whether it's Mr. Morris's questions or Chad, like you're using the term confusion. So I think we're all together for, it's gonna be many budget cycles to kind of come up with a new approach for this endeavor. So, one of the things that I think would be beneficial, and like the county staff, graphics and our programs, is looking for, and I'd like for the school board to consider this and the superintendent, because it's really about telling the story. And so you've got your public information officer, we're gonna have one here soon, I guess. It's like, what's a good way that people can kind of see what's happening, because even the spreadsheets and the crosswalking and the status, I mean, it's, people that have a specific issue may want to go that level of detail, but I think one of the opportunities we have is to tell the story about all the great work that's being happening on the maintenance and CIP side, and how people can see that, whether it's a portal or, I don't know what the answer is. I don't want to give you the answer. The question is how do we tell the story that we are taking care of our facilities, we are undertaking a multi-year, maybe decade-long effort to kind of, jump ahead on like world-class facilities, and like, how do we put that out there so people can see that? And I don't know if those divisions have done that, what the techniques are. I just feel like, and then your public information officials can then, their messaging can just tie into that. Hey, we said we had this goal and we got it done, or look at this milestone, we have this project is wrapped up. So I just, at a real high level, like there's an opportunity to put a little brain thought in, like what the options are out there, how other people are doing it, how we can really then communicate the story about what we're all doing, which is working really hard to take care of the facilities and make them better. And I just feel like that put spreadsheets together for like Chad, you got to do this day to day, so that works. But like I think the general public is really looking more for maybe a higher level would be some of these graphic type solutions. Thanks.
If I may, VDOT has a dashboard that addresses those items for the public. That could be something that we could potentially look at mirroring at a higher level as a dashboard that shows capital. It really depends on, you can kind of tailor it to what you're trying to convey. So that I was part of that team that developed that dashboard, so that gives more transparency to know. Like it gives certain scores. How's your environmental area going? How are your capital projects, maintenance projects? And it does it per district. You can actually, anybody can go in and pull those up. And I think that could be an avenue. That's a suggestion, but that would obviously have to get a developer.
So that's
Sure.
certainly probably best of breed kind of options, Kevin. I don't want to dictate what the answer is. As a suggestion, whatever. It could be something as simple as just a stubby pencil version of that in the beginning, but just be able to track and capture this, because there's a lot of great work being done, and we know we got a lot of needs as well. So like, how do we convey that? And so a dashboard or something like that, and obviously we'd have to weigh that against the financial cost of doing it. So but I'm just throwing it out there. I mean, if this county can help, I don't know. We've got to do some of the same things on our budgeting side, and we're putting together like a whole back-end system, ERP, that'll let us project some of that cleaner. I think, and because we have the same question across all the county services, not just school. Like, where are the money being spent? Where are the projects going? So if you had your part of it, that would, maybe there's an opportunity to team work together. But thanks for your time.
So, the things that were approved, and we really appreciate the county giving us $5 million next year for our capital improvement, but the majority of that money is going to the elementary HVAC replacement and upgrade. So $30.3 million of the $5 million that we're getting for fiscal year 27 is going to HVAC. Then the next thing is roof replacement at Central High School at $600,000. Resurface and track at Strasburg High School at $500,000. Repair EFIS at North Fork Middle School, which is the exterior, is $250,000. And also repair EFIS at Stonewall Jackson, which is another $250,000. Replace the safety, the flashing safety lights, the school zone lights, and that's $50,000. And then the gym floor at North Fork is $30,000. And then controllers at all of our schools are becoming obsolete, so we're losing $20,000, even though that's a minute cost, because the larger project is much more expensive. So, out of that $5 million, the majority of it's going to HVAC, and we know that's much needed at our elementary schools. So the painting didn't even make it to the final list.
But you want this document, if I read it, how was it? Parent. It says repaint kitchens on school. And I get over into the notes. It says kitchen walls are subject to moisture, fumes, grease, etc. that harbor bacteria to meet the health department regulation laws are to be covered with paint. Why, if it's, I'm reading that, I'm saying covered with bacteria, fumes, grease, I'm putting my kids in there for lunch? Why wouldn't that raise to a different level of some of the other things, especially with only $100,000? Why wouldn't that, if I am a parent, I read this, and then I read this, playground upgrades, $21,000. No, spend that on paint. Help me out.
So,
Change your note that says it needs to be painted, but it's okay.
the reality is, you know, we've had to, and this isn't, I'm trying to phrase this in a way that's easy to hear. Is we haven't had enough money over the last number of years to do all the capital projects that we needed to do.
I'll give you that.
We are completely behind.
I'll give you that.
Yes, so, and we're playing catch up at this point.
Because the catch up put items that could affect the health today go at the end of the line because a track needs to be resurfaced.
So that's a safety issue as well. If we continue to have track meets at Strasburg High School, our runners there's divots, there's in our track that if our runners are running, they can trip and fall and harm themselves.
Has the health department failed our kitchens in the schools? No, okay. So maybe we're not there yet.
I'd say, I'd almost bet that's probably called maybe like a misprint, you know, just because there's some paint. I'm a little old school, but just because there's some paint peeling on the wall, and I'm not a health inspector, but if the health inspector passes it, but I don't know if I could really agree that it's holding bacteria and stuff.
I mean, who got fired?
Sorry, Dr. Shepherd.
Way to break the ice. Mic drop right there.
I'm okay, as long as I have a comfort level that I don't have to read this and see how serious it is. You've already did that, and you've already looked at this issue. And if I have somebody like that that comes to me and says, they're not maintaining the buildings, and here's what I have a problem with the building. Yep, they have looked at the buildings, they feel that other things are more important than that right now, and it's not a safety hazard, it's not a concern to the kids. So therefore, we will get to it when the money's available, but it's not bacteria, grease, and paint falling off the walls that is a serious problem.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, I think what it is that is the potential of what could be happening. I think what Mr. Farmer is saying is that at the end of the year, we're just patching it up, as opposed to if we had the money, we could actually go ahead and replace that so that this problem wouldn't happen again. But we did have other issues, like even with the HVAC, Dr. Shepherd is referring to. Well, we have been having health issues and mold, and even the ceiling itself, I mean the roof, if I'm not mistaken, would have not lasted another winter. So that's where we have other issues that are even more of a priority because they're even more of a danger to more students that we had to put ahead. But again, having to deal with limited funds, unfortunately, some things that need to happen and to be done have to go to the bottom of the line because there's other ones that are more pressing at the time.
The issue is that the paint is in non-food contact areas. These are areas where that is why it's not failed a health inspection, because it's more or less, you think about the food station being over there, the paint, the peeling paint is coming from over here or under a sink. It's not in a direct.
And I'll just use paint as an example.
Yes, and I understand.
I want a comfort level that when you're making a decision that you're gonna buy a truck for $200,000, it's more important, and you all discussed that, it's more important than painting right now, or something else right now, or a track at Central or Strasburg or wherever it is. It's more important, those items are more important than this item. It isn't for me to decide. Don't get me wrong, it's not for me to decide. I wanna come up with you all conscientiously decided that. And when I see the list of what's gonna be done and when it's gonna be done, all those have been taken into consideration so that when we have a budget hearing, and people come in and says, you can't do this, you're not putting enough money in there, we're not maintaining the schools, we got paint in there, we got mildew in there, we got all this in there, that, yeah, we put it where people are saying it should have been put.
When you look at your scoring system, it's safety's number one, probably not number one, it's up there. So you have to, they kind of make it as objective as possible when it comes to that scoring. Because sometimes if you, as you understand, it comes to subjective discussions that can go all over the place. So that's where you have an objective scoring system. Safety is definitely top thing they always talk about.
Well, but if, you know, it's also a juggling act, because, I mean, a few years ago, the BOS was putting aside $5 million a year, mostly to go towards the schools, and I don't remember that coming all the way to us in full each year. So, I mean, these things are constantly being juggled, but there is a lot of confusion, even here amongst us, between CIP maintenance and CIP construction. So maybe if we are gonna open up a portal and do this stuff to the public, we can relabel these things, because, you know, capital improvement maintenance versus capital improvement construction intertwined so much that it's very confusing.
I think it's very important, although we may disagree on how we get to the finished product. Let me back up a minute. A year and a half ago, maybe 2 years, probably a year and a half ago, for several board meetings in a row, we had parents come in and point their fingers at the board. It's your fault, it's my little Susie, little Johnny is doing this, this, this. We even got accused of not funding the schools, and that, and I think it was a mistake, that the school's not safe. And we get blamed for a lot of stuff that we shouldn't get blamed for. I think what we need to do is, and I'd like us to do this, is all get on the same sheet of music and let's work together to get this thing aired out. Hey, I'm not being critical, I'm just, I think one thing, you all need to see where we're coming from, and we need to see where you're coming from. And we're all in this thing together, but when people come up to me at church, at a restaurant, or food line, but then they come to our board and they're sticking their fingers at the board member and say, you know, my school's unsafe, my little boy or whatever, and then they come up there and the same thing, and you all saw, everybody was here, I guess, but these two guys. The other question I wanted to ask is that on an item here on the, and I know Chad, I've toured the schools, the overhangs, the exterior overhangs and the exterior doors. Explain to me exactly, and it's the $120,000 that's budgeted for this year. That $120,000, is that for labor and material? What is that? How did y'all come with that figure?
That was labor material, that's not in our projects. It didn't make the cut. That is the proposal that we put forward, and then we get an allocated amount, and then based on that allocated amount, we have to do exactly what Mr. Burger is saying. We gotta sit down and say, okay, what desperately needs to be done out of the money, because we don't have that type of money to spend.
Okay, so that's out. Well, when you figured 120,000 when it was in, was that labor and material, or was that material?
Labor and materials.
Why can't that kind of work be done in-house?
It can be, but it's across, we have such a scope of it at this point that needs to be repaired. It's not like going out and repairing one or two or three.
I know.
It's repairing.
It's 100.
100 of them.
Yeah, but over the course of a year though, you can't, when you repair, you're gonna scrape it, clean it, and paint it, right?
Or totally take it down and replace it because it may be rotten.
But would you say that $120,000, half that's labor?
Sure, usually.
You can't do it in-house. Y'all don't have the personnel?
Do we even have the staff to be able to handle that and all the emergency calls at the same time?
No, it really makes it challenging because, you know, we get several 100 work orders per day, not per day, excuse me, per month, plus we have preventative maintenance that we're doing at the same time. So in order for us to do a project of that magnitude, then we're gonna pull our resources away from other items.
So you don't have any slack time in mountain?
How many,
personnel?
Kevin, how big is your staff? Sorry, how many people do you have working physically, none?
Would it
So
pay,
then-
would pay you all to get an extra person that's strictly does painting?
It's not just me.
That's more than paint.
Yeah, that's
Well,
construction.
I know that, but, well, okay, have you ever thought about going to the regional jail? They always have anywhere from 5 to 8, 10 painters, quality painters that do work. They do courthouse, other things. And you ever thought about maybe using the inmates at the regional jail?
Bringing them to a school?
Sir?
Bringing them to a school?
We don't have to have school, can be on weekends, can be on holidays, off days, no. And I mean, I'm just throwing that out there, I'm gonna come thinking out of the box,
Well,
you know.
I mean, if we got the money that we saved last year, the 5 million, we could go back to the 5 million and we can hire a few more people.
I suspect that your parents would probably disagree with using inmates as school property.
That's illegal?
I think that the parents, you would probably get a lot of complaints.
You
But
think you're
because
scared?
on a weekend,
I
on
don't think that
holidays,
really
for
matters
vacation.
because we still have students.
You
on
think you're scared going
campus.
think you're scared going through that now? Ooh, wait till then.
Yeah.
No, I don't know, you got a good point.
But,
It is
but
thinking out.
you can hire somebody, if you can save $60,000 on them, on the overhangs,
I don't think it's that simple.
that's almost pay the person for a year, one project.
I think we're looking at this with blinders on. You're talking about EPIS repairs. It's not just painting, it's not just scraping and repainting.
Yeah.
It's somebody that has to know how to do this. It's, you know, I don't think you can just go out and buy,
But-
you know,
but-
rent labor to come and do this. I don't even know how to do EPIS. I mean,
Yeah. That ain't true. And maybe his, you know, like you said, thinking out the box, between the school system facilities and the county facilities, would it be worth for the county to have just a paint crew? But no matter, for the school in the county, that's all they do is go to a facility and repaint. Maybe that's something, you brought up a good point, maybe that's something we need to look into.
These
And
are,
we can share a call,
Yeah.
you know,
but it's a lot more than paint though.
Well, you don't get
What
that.
we're talking about on the exterior, and some of that will cross over into the new, or the renovations anyway. So, but there's metal, there's bended aluminum, there's all sorts of, there's flashing involved. So, I mean, there's multiple trades in fixing those overhangs. So, I mean, but I understand your sentiment, but, it's not that easy. At least, you know, that, and these buildings are in such disrepair, we're past the point of no return on a lot of things. We have to replace them, not patch them up.
I'm not talking about tax them. If you hire somebody that's a contractor that can do contracting work, they can do the flashing, they can do the cleaning, they can do that kind of thing. I'm using painting for just a broad straw, you know. I'm saying if you had somebody in the house to do that, you could get a lot of projects done for a whole lot less money. I know half this.
Well, but,
Because I guess one question I have, I'm just curious, do you all have a paint crew? Or you hired out?
Organized similarly to how, we're organized similarly to how your maintenance crews organized.
You hired out?
Yeah,
Yeah.
big jobs, small jobs. we do.
but on that note then, following Mr. Morris's thing then, so do you have a general contractor on your staff that can do all of those things? Right. So, you know, so I mean, that would require us to hire probably 2 or 3 people, you know, to be able to do all that stuff.
Any other questions?
I do, I'm quick. I can get back to Hayfield, I can't do it. So I'm just trying to get somebody, if we get asked these questions all the time. You know.
I'm sure you can reach out to Mr. Hensley, whenever you have any specific questions about those, or just.
I guess I would like to say, I want to make the decision on what you can do with the money for the school board.
Right.
That's what you were elected to do. I just want to be able to articulate to individuals in the community that when you're spending it on these things, are knowledgeable enough like with this, say, well, did you know they did this, they did this, they did this, they did this, and they're going to do this, but they don't have any more money. So And we can't get any more money unless you pay more taxes. But I can justify that. And so it just comes down to something like this. That, and I can use to talk to individuals when it comes up. And, where Kevin, he's the communicator, right?
He is.
Yeah. Kevin sending me something that keeps me informed of what you are doing, and more than just a spreadsheet thing. If you spend everybody here to do this, you spend everybody there to do that, it helps me communicate with the public. Because I don't know, maybe you all do get a lot of calls every day. But I know I get a lot of calls every day. And I have no problem. If I'm knowledgeable about the situation, I can support it, I can diffuse it, and I can build an expectation. If we want this, we're gonna have to do this.
I think it's reasonable to say, I'm an elected official away from the school. And when I'm in a council meeting and I have people who complain when they ask me things on the street, and I've never seen them at a council meeting, and I say, I will answer their question, but I also encourage them, we have meetings that's open to the public. What a better way to also educate yourself in the sense that this is a great route for you to get information firsthand rather than perception.
That's my last paragraph.
Yes.
In my conversation.
I think it's kind of interesting. I thought you said you only have 9 on your staff. I mean, I never asked that question before, but I thought it would have been more than 9. You go with all of our facilities. They're probably.
We have 1 million square feet.
They're probably running pretty lean. It's only 9.
I came from work and same amount of square feet with a team of 22 in their facilities. So I think while the perception of our group may be lazy at times or that we're not keeping up with our facilities, I do tip my hat to them considering the volume, pure volume. I've been here since November, the amount of work orders, and I actually read every single one of them that go through. I only address the ones that need to be pushed because of what I need to do. But I think what we have, we do a better job than we have been.
And Kevin, does that 9 include you? Like, and your, like, how many people are actually in the schools turning wrenches or whatever?
Not including themselves.
Right, okay, well, I mean, because reasonably with the age of our buildings and stuff, I mean, the way you put that there, you're doing an exceptional job because, I mean, you're based in Woodstock, you might have to come down here, you might have to go up there, you have to get parts to each spot. That's a lot for even 20 people, let alone less than half. Sure. So.
Any other questions about, the CIP before we move on? So this morning, hearing that, this morning, the school board has been talking about, where we go forward with our major capital projects. So that's our renovations of our elementary schools and, possibly triplet tech with a minimal expansion, a new elementary school, and a new CTE facility. So we've spent some time here talking about that. I guess now it's time for both boards to have the opportunity to talk about our major capital projects. And again, those are the 3 renovations of the elementary school, renovation, minimal expansion of triplet tech, a new CTE facility in Woodstock, and then a new elementary school. So I will open the floor to conversation.
Maybe it would be wise to start with what we all agree on.
Yeah.
So, which amongst all of us is the renovation of the existing elementary school. So, we are in total agreement on that. Everything else has some things that have yet to be determined. But, where are you guys on those?
First, I'd like to offer, I did hear a comment offline about that's what we're trying to do with our funding decisions. And I have no interest in getting in the weeds on operational or maintenance funding decisions. That's what you the team are here for, and I think you do a good job of it. I do think we're coming into a new era, we've got to just do that. And so, but on the capital spending side, because we've got to tell the story, and we've got to all be in sync, because this is going to occur, probably going to take a decade of funding cycle to get straight. And I did bring my handy book that Dr. Shepard has a copy of. It makes it very clear that, you know, as the taxing authority, our obligation is to fund to the SOQ level and then fund it within the categories. And pretty much everything else is within our discretion. And that's what we're doing. And so we do agree that the elementary renovations are something we need to get at, expedite as fast as possible, so that we're not, you know, that our citizens, our kids, our educators, everybody knows that we're all in on making sure those facilities are adequate and safe. Then these other points of the strategy, I think, still require discernment on, are we tunneling in on a locked-in view or solution when we don't necessarily have the answer to that. And so that's why we provided some guardrails on the carry forward funding for the studies and A&E. And that's why I think at some point today we're going to talk about a move to categorical funding in the future for our allocation for their annual budget. So, because the worst thing that can happen is for us to not be working together on the same sheet of music. Because we're not going to get the results. We're going to spend the money, we're not going to get the results, we're communicating to our stakeholders, the kids, parents, taxpayers that we're doing. So, you know, we've had lots of discussions. Dr. Shepard's been on many of those. I've been to some of your discussions. I'll just open it fitting because I think everybody knows where we're at, but you know, that's fine. We can do it. So the other components then are career technical education. I think we all recognize that we're in a period where this is needs to be an area of major focus for this generation of youth. And we literally are investing in the future, not just for the youth and their careers, but for our industries that need those careers. And we know we already have a capacity issue because we're not able to satisfy every kid's need. We're in a building that's, I think, older than I am, so obviously we've got to sort through how do we renovate it, but then also then how do we look at expanding capacity. So I think our board settled on a two-pronged approach. So using the feedback mechanisms that are already in place, such as the CTE advisory board or panel, whatever it is, your expertise, whatever, your architects, your planners, all that data would come together for what the minimal expansion would be here. Obviously, there's also site considerations, et cetera. And then looking at also concurrently the possibility, Dr. Shepard used the term new CTE facility. I think when we use that term, look at new CTE opportunities in Woodstock, it wasn't the entire facility, it's likely a supporting component of a satellite model or a system, right? And so, so that's the two parts of CTE capacity is, you know, what needs to get done here, but there's a timing aspect as well. We're trying to get away, you know, we gotta find a way to do it in a responsible but fast manner. And then, you know, what are those opportunities of having some sort of additional part of the system in Woodstock? And that's the answer to that. And then the most, I think, contentious part was the path forward for elementary. So, I have not heard a clear set of facts and conclusions that lead me to believe that building a new campus facility in Wartown should be the only option to consider for going into campus capacity goals. So, you know, if that's where we end up eventually, then that's something we can undertake. But I think there's a lot of other additional options. I know that like your visit this morning with Newmark facility and others, I think you're having some really robust discussions about all the alternatives, whether it's pre-KK or it's, you know, upper and lower on facilities we already own, or a new site where, a new school where it might be, but there wasn't enough certainty that we have that nailed down, and so that's why our language for the carry forward was to do an analysis of the alternatives. Is there a need? I think there is a need. We didn't get like this overnight, right? So those governing bodies and in many cases 20 years ago made decisions on zoning permits for housing, but we're not gonna fix it overnight either. So we've gotta be wise and responsible in what we lay out, because it's not just the capital investment, it's going to change the system so that people want to be in some building 50 years from now saying, what led to that? You know, why did they decide to do that? Why do we have a whole new bus system? Or why do we have a whole new staff in a different location? And so, you know, I think that there's still a lot of analysis that needs to be done. And I think that was what our body's conclusion was for the elementary capacity. So we may not agree, but, you know, I think it perfectly aligns with our powers, and you're elected to also advance your view, which I respect. And so my hope is that we can find a way to navigate this journey together.
If I may, so there's a few, and I appreciate that. I do have a few questions I'm gonna save to the end, but just from our standpoint, for those of us who have been here for 2.5 years talking about this, I'll start with the new elementary schools. The reason why we're talking about that is because we do have 2 schools at the northern campus and the central campus that are almost at capacity right now. And that's without counting all the new construction that is happening right now. One of the issues that we hear, especially from the northern campus, right now the teachers, some of them are sharing 3 teachers to 1 classroom. I mean, that's just not ideal when you're having a classroom. Some of them are teaching out or testing out in the hallways. We just don't have the space right now. And one of the problems that we have with the northern campus, right now we're addressing it with the modulars that we're hopefully gonna be able to start in the next year. But there's only so far you can go with those. And the main issue, one of the main issues that we have with the northern campus is the access, the egress and access ingress to the area. I mean, it's very limited. It's a very small, narrow, a lot of traffic. If there was an emergency, as we've talked before, God forbid there's an emergency when those roads are all, you know, stuck with traffic, because there's no ambulance and no fire truck or police that's gonna be able to go through. So it's a real problem that we have with that one. With the middle, with the central campus, we don't even have space with the modulars. I mean, that's just a reality. We have Dolly Robinson that it's just, you know, sandwiched in the middle. We really don't have a whole lot of space to build it there. So that's where the idea of that, you know, 1 elementary school in between the 2 schools would alleviate the pressure from both schools going into there. And also, if eventually the third campus started becoming also more populated, then maybe some of those kids that should have been going to the central campus that were sent down there, which are in my district, could possibly come back to the central campus. So that was the idea of that. 1 school to remediate all that, as opposed to the lower, you know, upper elementary, which would be 3 additional buildings. So to me, it would be easier to staff 1 building and create 1 building than to have to staff and build 3 different buildings. That's the whole idea with the elementary schools. But one thing I did want to, because I agree with the whole CTE, we do need to focus on that. We even just heard the CEO of NVIDIA saying that the future is the trades. So that's something that we do need to address. And from my perspective, I would like to have a school that has as many students as we can accommodate in there. So I want to have more students in CTE, not just a few more students in CTE. And the problem that we have with this building right here is it's very limited capacity, what we can do here in terms of expansion. Even right now, we were talking about the expansion of adding the steel building in the back, which is kind of like a Band-Aid solution, but at least it's a solution for now. But even that is gonna entail between $4 to $5 million just to build that. And that's not counting, and because we have to move the solar panels and all that stuff, that's not counting the fact that we need to acquire additional land here at Triplet, if it's available, which we don't even know if it will be available. So the idea of the central campus, because I had that idea that I had shared with Dr. Shepard and a few of the other members, was that we would start small. So the idea is we build a whole new CPE, bigger, larger, that is gonna accommodate a lot more students in there than what we could accommodate here. But we started in phases, because we obviously don't have the funds to start big right now. So when we get the architectural plans, we have a stage 1 or phase 1, where we just build a small area, maybe build, either the high bays to, deflect all the pressure that we have in this building, put it down there, or the business, either one. I really don't care, but it's just a matter of we start with that phase to at least alleviate some of that problem. At the same time, we start creating the additional traffic route that would help Central Campus, because right now it's so congested as it is. So it would open up into, what is it, Hoover Road, or, so it would allow for that as well. With the idea that later on down the road, then we can keep on using this one as well. We open up this area a little bit more, so we can already start getting more students. With the idea that down the road, when we have more money, we can keep on building that area, that CPE in the Central Campus, with better facilities. We would build it to the code that we need right now. We would build the high bay areas that we need right now. We don't even know what kind of technology we're gonna be needing in 5 or 10 years. We talk about 10, 15 years ago, the technology that we were talking about back then is not a technology that we have right now. So this would allow us to have something that will be state of the art, that we would have better kitchens for our culinary students, that we would have better, high bay areas for the whatever areas, we wanna add, or welding, or whatever. But it would give us the chance to build all that and to add a lot more students. Because if we just renovate this area, how many students can we bring in additionally? 10, 15, maybe 20? Whereas if we're down there and we're building a lot bigger, we could open up for a lot more students, and in a building that would be more similar to what they would be facing once they go into the real world. Our culinary students here do a great job, but you cannot tell me that they wouldn't rather have the kind of kitchen that they would have if they were out in the real job, out in the real world.
I'll defer to my colleagues if they got any other additional questions. I would just tell you that I heard all those points, numerous times, in person, in fact. And we've heard them all at our meetings, and they acknowledge all of them, and haven't heard every one of those and fully understand every one of those. I'm still exactly where I'm at. That when you look at holistically, decisions we have to make with the resources we have and what we commit to, that I think I have no doubt we're on the right path, which is we're going to do this in a planned manner that the outline I've already kind of summarized. So barring a change of viewpoint here, I understand that. I appreciate your clarification, but I've heard all those. I understand all those issues. I think in many cases these are symptoms of issues that we can't necessarily solve by ourselves, and so and then we got to figure out how we're going to resource them. And so ultimately, that's I think the ultimate difference in our viewpoint is figuring out a way to plan for resource the solutions is where we have a different lens we're seeing.
Well, since I did have a question, I did have a question on that, and actually, yeah.
Laura.
Yeah.
Before you do that, I agree with what you said. And if we don't look at that, then could make a big mistake. Today, I keep hearing, we have 100 kids that we did not have a seat for. Okay, so we take care of those 100 kids. What we're gonna do to the next 150 you're in line? Are we just saying that's it then? We're gonna stop there? No. So what you're saying is absolutely right. Before you make a decision with that, whatever you're gonna do with this, you better answer your questions and give it some thought, very seriously, before we make a lot of decisions. And that's what, I don't know what the plan is. I don't know what we're going to do. But I do know that we said we were going to look at 3 elementary schools. We were gonna look at, Triplet Tech here. We were gonna look at Woodstock, Triplet Tech, and we don't do all of it, and do all of them now, then I don't think we can push the others down the road. And if we make a decision on just this facility, just for 100 students, then I think we're making a big mistake going down the road as well. So, is it gonna be 100 kids? Is it gonna be 250 kids? What is it gonna be 5 years from now? And once you have done that and did the evaluation of here the pros and cons and how big the building really has to be, do we need another, if this is 30,000 square feet, do we need another 30,000 square foot building? And is that big enough? But if it isn't, can you add to it to make it big enough? Those types of things, and come back with a plan that I understand and I can get behind to help.
Well, if I may, that's my concern. My concern is there's only so much we can do with this building. There's only so much we can grow with this building. That's why the idea of having another building that could grow a lot bigger as our needs change would make more sense, as opposed to sinking all that money into this building and then 5 years down the road realizing, yep, we really don't have the space, we're gonna have to build somewhere else. That's my thought from that perspective, but also there's a perspective of, and we have the data right now, because we're discussing that earlier today, of how many students from the northern campus are not attending here because it is so far away. Now, this last year was, if you look at the last 5 years, this last year was the anomaly. I mean, this current year, we had more kids from Strasburg than usual. But if you look at the past and what the prediction is, it's drastically lower. It should be 115 students that are going next year, and we only have 88. So we're having about 27 students from the northern campus that we probably should be coming to Triplet that are not gonna make it either because it's too far. Is it because right now the students are losing up to an hour of education every single week because they have to leave earlier, they miss out on their lunches? Mr. Ricker can talk about that more than I can because his son just went through it. But they're missing out on academics, they're missing out on their lunches, all because they wanna make it to Triplet. And that's just the students that we have right here. I mean, if we had a bigger school, then we're talking about maybe even more students because, you know, Strasburg is our second more populated, biggest high school. So there's all to me, that's what those considerations are, you know, how accessible the building is, but most importantly, how much can we do with the current building? I understand there's an attachment to it, but there's only so much we can do.
That's one factor, but it is, to me, is the biggest factor. Kids in Strasburg will come to Triplet if it's in Mount Jackson because of the success stories of Mount Jackson, or Triplet, not Mount Jackson, but Triplet. They will come. The mindset as these high school students have when they hear of the success stories of so-and-so, 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 and so-and-so, who went to Triplet, went out, and found these jobs that they have. That is gonna drive your student, I think, your student population. So, I just think their population through the normal course of the movement from four-year college education to the trades is gonna continue to grow. You better know what you think that growth is gonna be, not because they wanna drive X thing, just what it is. And compare right back to what is big enough and where is it going.
Well, I can tell you, Mr. Ferguson, that there are parents in the Strasburg community that would not allow their kids to even apply to Triplet because of the loss of instruction.
Because of what?
Because of the loss of instruction time.
Loss of instruction time, oh, yeah, you're right.
Yeah. They've contacted me, they've told me, it's
I'm
just too
not debating
valuable.
and that's not a factor.
Right. Well, I just
That
wanted to make
shouldn't
sure
be
you
the-
understood
That
it
should
was.
be the determining factor of what we build and how big we build it.
Agreed. Yes, sir.
And, go ahead.
First of all, y'all, the construction administration position, is it making it next year?
It's posted
It is
and
posted.
yes,
Oh,
it is posted.
Okay,
Hopefully
so
we'll
I
get
just
a
wanna make
quality
sure
check.
y'all fit that in, I appreciate it. And Mike, your first comments about what came down, we all agree on, we said the 3
Yeah.
elementary renovations. When we had our budget work session discussions, it was 3 elementary and this building.
Yeah.
We all definitely agreed that
Right.
these were, because those are existing buildings and we're not in a position where we can abandon one.
Right.
Which
So,
leads to discussions like, Laura, you brought up about, we did talk about having a centrally located facility for CTE. If you do that, in other words, we're still using this, so you're gonna always run into the issue, if electricity's here, you do electricity also at the central campus, in other words, so the whole, what makes you, what the programs are comes into play, is comes down the distance thing. We definitely felt that there is need for expansion. And I know when I listened to y'all's meeting from Wednesday, and then I know that you had, Mr. Vince came up and spoke about private-public partnerships. I know they're looking at something, so there's a lot of options out there, I know when it comes to CTE. And it's great to hear about some private funding, because we'll take all the funding we can get. I wish they would do that for an elementary school. I understand the importance of elementary, because people can't trees when all freaking has to start the foundation right there. Couple things I want to ask and also state. We went to the Culpeper, some of us did the field trip, etc. I don't want this false narrative out there, people. We're still be turning students away from our technical schools. People, that story's out there, you know, I can just hear the public, oh, they just built this brand new facility and, oh my God, my kid didn't get in. Because it boils down to having enough teachers, you're limited what the class size is, etc. Because when we were at Culpeper, I think the number was way up there when it came down to the health fields, I believe, they had to turn away. So we gotta stop saying that. Talking about telling the story, we're telling a false story right here, right now. We gotta stop saying that. We're kind of using that as a reason we have to do it. We don't need to use it as a reason. We need to do it because, again, our freezers are breaking down, we're losing meat, and we just need to offer more programs. We need higher ceilings to be able to bring up a program. So we got that narrative, I'm hearing it too much. And we do need to get as many kids in as possible. That's not going to solve that problem. Elementary is a big thing. And again, Mr. Dodd's point, there's a lot of questions out there still. I know when you all voted on it, you all said Tomsbrook / Morristown area. And I know when we listen to one of y'all's meetings, I know Whitney, y'all were talking about whether feasibility was a white word or something like that. But I've already talked to Evan, I talked to Dr. Shepherd. We need to know if that is an option. In other words, the park, the county farm, we need to know if that is a viable option if we do want to look at a possible elementary school. So that's one thing that has to be done, for sure, I think. So those things that definitely have to, those are the things we definitely decided we're going to work with those scores right there. We definitely want the current buildings we have was a top priority. And then again, we have more discussions about the whole central facility located there. Again, we talked about alleviating the traffic situation. We thought that was a plus when it came to doing that, but again, Mr. Burson, Mr. Dodson, there's a lot more questions that have to be answered, and we owe that to the public. In the elementary, again, you know, I'm an education guy. There's definitely elementary is important to me, but again, it hasn't been decided. Board-wise, again, the traffic goes by my house every morning there, but it's just not traffic, people. It's about quality education. It's about, and I know we talked about it, elementary schools being too large many years before we start talking about these other things. So we definitely have to look at that. And again, I think it starts. We talked about, obviously, it makes sense with the northern and the central part, looking to somehow alleviate those two. And we talked about Tomsbrook, Morristown, where no one's we're talking about. We need to see if that is a viable solution looking at that problem there. I don't care, I almost call it feasibility or whatever the word is, but I know we need to determine that, whether that is an option.
And what does that process look like?
I'm asking these people.
Great question, I was gonna ask you.
No, yeah, that's what these people come to.
Because I
know what you're talking about, when I remember the discussion.
I do believe it would help us move along a little bit.
Oh,
further.
yeah.
I mean, it's a definitive yes. Or
Yeah, we need to know if
there's no
that's a
maybe.
viable option or
And I
not.
think the maybe is what
It's holding.
is holding us back from.
Priority.
Right.
I don't know where
Right.
COS stands
If it's
on
feasible.
releasing land at the county farm
Right.
for this elementary school. So now's your chance to answer the question, Mr. Chairman, and others.
Well, I mean, I'll share my view.
Not one, you're all six of you.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's fair enough, but, it's, feasibility of that one site is part of that analysis.
Exactly.
There is also many other alternatives, and Dr. Shepherd, we had this discussion on our, trip to Culpeper, credit to one of your public hearings where one citizen from Strawberry said, what about an upper and lower elementary school approach? I think that, that merits discussion and consideration. I understand from maybe your trip earlier today, that you went to see a facility in Newmarket. Are there solutions that pre-K and K, become an option to look for other siting arrangements other than, at the elementary campus? And so, I believe that we need to unpack every one of the options. There may be other, alternatives. We need to unpack all of those alternatives so we can understand, the pros and cons. And then we weigh that against, a site, a possible site, which would include that land we're talking about. So that's, we can certainly hear from other perspectives, but that's my viewpoint.
Good.
Kyle.
Give us a spotlight. Make us sweat.
I agree with a little bit of what Tim and, we have the priorities of those 3 elementary schools and triplet, and I think we almost need to, I think it's been brought up before about maybe separating triplet from the elementary discussion, because it's 2 different important discussions to have. With triplet, and then we have some interest in obviously putting some money into this facility, but also being open-minded about having a satellite in Woodstock. I know there was the T3 discussions, Justin Pence was there, I know at y'all's last meeting, and some of us met with that group, about a month ago to discuss where they are, what the business leaders of the county, what they're thinking. As far as elementary school, I think like it's been said, there's a lot of unanswered questions at this point that I think we need to find out about before we can move forward on anything. I'd like to know, is Martytown, Brook even a reliable option, or if not, where could it be? I mean, I'm very much open to and support you all looking into. I think it's a great idea looking into these other buildings that we have around our county, just kind of sitting idle. Just be creative and see what we can do. I mean, as everyone knows in here, we're financially pretty stretched thin in a lot of areas, and we had a tax increase this year, 1.6 cents, and we hated to do it. And at the end of the day, even though it was so minimal compared to a lot of other localities, it still hits people very hard. So we have to remember that and try to be creative in how we want to look ahead into the future with our schools. But we all know here that it's very important that we work towards this and try to get it right now before, so then, 20 years down the road, we don't have to try to deal with it and try to put millions of dollars into something else that could have been done well the first time. So again, I'm open to considering, what are the options at Martytown, Thomas Brook. Obviously, with my knowledge of being involved with the schools, I know that there's a need. My only concerns are not enough answers right now, and the financial side of it is going to be a big issue. Beyond the 3 elementary schools, I think we're pretty comfortable having as far as where we're at now on the tax side. And then, triplet we'll see, but then beyond that, I know that's where it starts to become more of a tax burden. And, from our perspective, we have to do a better job trying to bring industry to this county, and that way that can offset some of that. So that's our thing that we need to work on, continue to try to find ways to bring in more revenue streams and help offset the burden of our taxpayers a little bit, because as we know, people for struggling out there, trying to do what's best for everybody. Thank you.
Okay, number one is, as I said last year in the campaign, I think we can address these issues simultaneously. By addressing them doesn't mean we fund them all at one time. But getting back to, and there's three different issues. It's the maintenance, it's the expansion, and it's CTE. So, you know, we've got a lot on our plate. Morgantown is surely an opportunity or not, no question in my mind. Couple of my concerns, number one is access to the school. I think the first thing is that you all need to reach out, and I'm answering your question, reach out to VDOT. Access to the thing, number one, I think Chief already probably out of the question. If you go to Zion Church Road, that's not a good option. I'm not saying it won't work, but it's not a good option. If you go down 11 and turn into Park entrance, number one is, how much is it going to take away from the existing park? And I think we need to be cognizant of that, because that park is utilized. Now, if it takes away from, if we lose the ball field, if we lose disc golf, they call it, frisbee golf, what do you call it?
Use the word frisbee.
Frisbee, okay, I guess, you know, that'd be worse than having
Yeah, it'll be on you too.
Then we need to look at our compactor site in March, in Morgantown, generated 109 tons of trash. It's the second busiest compactor site in the county behind the Strasburg, went out on Powhatan, that way. Okay, Powhatan Road. So in our long-term plan, and the board saw this, CIP plan, is that we may enlarge that compactor site or move it. And moving a compactor site is about phosphorus hemorrhoids if it's near the back door. So we're looking at possibly enlarging that because of the capacity of trash and the accessibility to the homeowners. So that's going to, you've got 3 or 4 different speed limits there from the south end of Morgantown to Thomas Brook, and so we have to look, I think VDOT really need to give you all some guidance as to, you know, what their thoughts are. And I'm just throwing this out there because you asked for my opinion on this. The other thing, and I talked to Mike about this early on, the battlefields are gonna play a little bit of an issue. Do I think we can work through that? Absolutely. But that is another line of bureaucracy that we have to look through. So these things will kind of paint a little bit of a preliminary picture as to whether, how accessible this is. And then again, if we take away, if we take away from a certain part of the park, we may have to take additional land from the county farm to make up the loss at the park. So there's a lot of different things, you know, that they're getting. Hey, is it an option? Absolutely. Is it a good option? I don't know until we get some of these figures lined up. At the same time, while we're doing that, if there are other options we still are looking at, not committed to doing that, we should certainly take a look at them as well. So I'm just, you said, what can we do? I'm just going to not think out to you.
First time I heard, when we'll put it in Morgantown, I guess somebody came by, what? I can understand if you're trying to eliminate and reduce the number of students in Woodstock, Strasburg, that makes sense to do that. The second thing from the mind was, what is the citizens going to say? Do they know we're thinking about this and seriously? Told them, got their feedback. I know that when I go to Central Campus during school, you can't get in there and get out of there because the parents drop their kids off. If I have 2 kids and I gotta drop one off in Morgantown, one off Woodstock, or one off Strasburg, or one in Morgantown, what kind of feedback am I gonna get? Am I gonna get buy-in for that or not? And remember, these are the ones that are gonna be paying the taxes to do it, they're the ones that are gonna be having an opinion. So whatever you do, it ought to be conducive to the will of the people as well. So that's to me, this is a big factor. The other one is, along with the building itself, and the cost of the building itself, what is the impact gonna be to the operational expense running, regardless of where you put another school? How many teachers, how many buses, how many maintenance people? What is that gonna impact, is that gonna have to the operating budget of the school system that we need to be concerned about? Definitely ought to be talking about that while we're talking about the building. Is it the only option that will address the need? And I haven't really heard of any other options in anybody's discussion. Maybe you all have, you all went through this. And I haven't had any of them weigh against Morgantown and say, oh, I like this one, I like that one. So I'm going into it waiting until I hear the public, waiting until I hear the pros and cons, discussions, and what you come up with. If it's in Morgantown, everybody agreed that that's what it would be, and the public agrees that's what it should be, yeah, I'm okay. If you have any other options, I'd be probably okay with that too, if I knew what they were and I could evaluate. I think at your meeting, somebody made a comment that they had to get with the program. I think it was in reference to an individual or situation or something. They had to get with the program. My only concern was, I don't know what the program is. Get with the program, I don't know what it is. And I'm still in that position that, hey, guys, what a fun time to be right now. Where like back 30 years ago, 40 years ago, people were saying, hey, we're gonna put a school in Strasburg, we're gonna put one in Woodstock, we're gonna put one in Jackson. And they went through, I bet you a bunch of stuff. Well, you guys are gonna go through a bunch of stuff right now. With renovating 3 schools, with addressing triplet tech wherever it's gonna be, with addressing the elementary, it's a fun time to be alive. Because it's all gonna be challenged. And I think if we all work together, we don't pick sides right now, and we keep the public well informed, Kevin, what's going on, I think we can get to the other side and we'll do the best for the citizens of Shannon County, and will this board and other boards do what's necessary, funded? I think they will. Whatever that is. Why? It's the single most important thing next to safety that we have, that we do. Educate our kids.
Mr. Baker, next, I'll wrap it up.
No, your turn now.
That's what I said, I'll wrap it up. You are helping me in the first place.
Just a couple things, of course, I'm a good listener, and when to listen to, how everything, great. One thing is, I have been, out involved with the community, the business community, business community sports, triplet tech, 110+%. A question about, I asked Dr. Shepard, do you know how many students for this coming, I guess 26, 27, are not able to come here?
I do not.
They don't have those numbers yet. But, I can envision, and I'm gonna speak strictly on Triple Tech here in a couple moments, that it's become a private-public partnership. Now, you say, well, how did that happen? Well, it can be done. I went to, what was it? This was about a year ago, and we got to talking about it, and saying that it's almost maxed out, needs the opportunity to grow into more programs, and all of it was just, what can we do? What can we do? And there will be money available from the private side to be able to fund some of those. Now, personally, looking, I can see something maybe in Woodstock as far as the health goes, the health programs. I think the hospital said that there would be 5 programs that would go into that from here. And I can envision something of that. Here's another thing. With all the growth at Woodstock and all the houses, do we know how much, we talk about traffic jams now? Add all these couple hundreds and hundreds of houses more, and then try to put a school down there? I think we need to go to a place where it's not as congested. Yes, it is here. Some people might disagree with me. The Strasburg students come down here, was it 20 to 25 miles? Is that a fair number?
24 from my house here.
24 from your house. It's unfortunate, but look at all these kids that are driving to a community college every day, where it be the Blue Ridge or be the Lord Fairfax. And I'll still call it Lord Fairfax because I graduated from there, supposedly years and years ago, and things. Here again, money is going to be a big thing, and we got to think outside the box. We missed a golden opportunity, I feel, a couple months ago. It just never played out. It's road bridge, so now we got to move on. And hopefully, some land could be purchased to enhance this area here. That's my take on Triple Tech right now. And as far as on the Strasburg side of another elementary school, Strasburg Woodstock, that's we've got to get the exact plan and present it out to the people. The people, if we can get them on board, then it'll make all of our jobs a lot easier, all of our jobs. And so that's my take. I've been supportive of Triple Tech for all these years. I will continue to be, because trades is where it's at. As far as sending students off to college, what it costs to go to college these days. These ones that are coming out here that graduated last Thursday and have a certification way further ahead down the road, way further ahead. That's my spiel there, Mr. Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, we're very fortunate on the CTE side. We are having private options coming up with supports, which is awesome. Like I said, if we had it with all levels. The biggest thing, and this came up when we had our budget discussions, is I don't want this elementary to get lost. Because I think it could very easily kind of pushed down a little bit. And I still think it's one of our greatest needs, if not our greatest need. And as you saw, there's a lot of questions that have to be answered. So I just want to make sure that the town of Morristown has been mentioned for a long time. We need to find out if it's about water. It is going to take a VDOT, et cetera. What's it going to look like? Where does the Thomasbrook battlefield come into play? Where does it impact our park? Where does it impact the county farm? And you're right, then we have to have the public on board in order to do that. So we need to start answering these questions. We're asking the questions, we need to start getting answers. That's the bottom line. Because I think we all agree there's a need there. Everyone said even here, there's a need for an elementary school. It's been talked about for, I think will give some of those palpitations, it's the most expensive one. But to Mr. Ferguson, I think our community will step up. I really do.
I do too.
They have in the past. Because they're right, it's our children. It's important for workforce development, economic development. They look at our schools, people, and we've got the largest schools in the Commonwealth, I think. Is Robinson #1 yet, or have they earned it yet?
They're in the top 5.
In the top 5? Could be the other ones are up there in the top 5.
If I speak, so listen to what y'all saying. I'm just throwing this out there. I hear the word options, and that's true. And that's why we're here. You know, and we're all not going to agree on one thing, I'm sure. You know, whether we agree, whether we disagree, but the important thing is that we do look at all of our options. And I think what else is also important is we all know it, but to clarify is we need to see a price for that option. Doesn't we see a price? Because I said earlier today, the reality is it's going to cost money. It's going to cost the taxpayers. I don't know what this county what the citizens can support, and that's the reality. Sure, we all would like to have new schools. Sure, there's no doubt about it. But what is the reality is what can we support, and then also looking down the future. So, along with that, and I'm just what threw up the red flag. Well, not the red flag, but the idea was in one of our meetings in the past, real short, not too long ago in the past. I think Lori is actually one that brought it up. I've said for quite a while to people, I envy Rockingham County because they went about it with the small elementary schools. And then I talked to Dr. Shepard, and she can elaborate if you want her to, how important it is, how beneficial it is for the young kids, pre-K and K, to be in a small environment compared to, you just said, WW. Ooh, wow, they run a night, they do a great job. For the size of their school capacity, they do an outstanding job, but it's still big. Can you imagine going there as a kindergartner? All that commotion. So anyway, I think it's important that we do see all the options. New elementary school, Morgantown, Tom's Brook. What would it take? The price. How much does it cost the staffing? That was a good question that you brought up, Mr. Ferguson. So that's option A. What are we looking at there? Option B, we visited Newmarket Middle School this morning. So the theory there that we fired this a couple weeks, 2 weeks ago is, maybe there is opportunity to catch up, to do things right, to find a facility to move our pre-K and our K there. Number one, that's what's best for the students. That's number one reason. Number two, with the long-term, back to I'll start with Dr. Heidengarter giving us a presentation on long-term, CIP, down the road, really looking down the road, 5, 10, 15, 20. So maybe, so option B, is that the route to go with a new elementary school, maybe it's planning 10, 15 years, but does option B take care of our space now? I asked Mrs. Proctor earlier, at Sandy Hook, she told me, was it seven kindergarten classes, preschool, was it 5?
I think it was,
Three, same as Ashby.
It was 10 classrooms.
Yeah, 10 classrooms. If we could find a facility in the northern campus, that would free up 10 classrooms. I'm not tossing option A out the window. I'm just saying, let's look at all, I'm just saying let's look at all options. So that's option B, to free up 10 classrooms there. She said 7 and 7 at WW, that's 14 classrooms that free up. Southern campus is 3 pre-K classrooms and I think 4, 5, 5K, there's 8 classrooms that we free up. So now, I did contact, let's just use Southern campus as an example, because that one was really, fell in line. Even though the town had a very affordable cost to purchase, and I mean affordable, the crew, I was told by a very good resource, just figure $5 million what they did there. Though if you have the right person, there are tax benefits to take that 5 down to 3.5. There are tax advantages, whatever, grants, whatever. So yes, that would be let's just use 3.5 million, or approximately. So does 3.5, I'm just throwing this out there, if 3.5 at each, and this will bring on another subject, I'm just gonna put it out there, mention it, but we can talk about it later. We own the old Edinburgh Middle School, the charter house. What are the options there? That facility that we already own. The big question mark obviously is northern campus. But what I'm getting at is say 3.5, whatever that money is, 3.5 southern, 3.5 northern, whatever the charter house. My point is, if that ends up being 10 or 12 million, that does solve some problems, probably pretty quick or quicker, and a lot feasible for the taxpayer instead of spending $50 million for a new school. I guess that's what I'm looking at. Does 10 or 12 million, does that option make better sense to the taxpayer? 10 or 12 million, say 12 million compared to 50 million. Because also with CTE in mind, we have that cost that we all agree needs some attention quickly. So I agree, what are the options? So I would like to, throw out on the table, option A, what you talked about, new elementary school in Morgantown, College Brook area, the cost of that, the cost to staff it, versus option B, what we visited this morning, that route. You can help me on this. Special ed, pre-K and K, the teachers that have special ed, do they have other grades, or would they be able to go to that outline point? You know what I'm getting at?
So some of our special ed teachers are K1.
But are they higher than K1? Or they're K1?
Yeah.
So I don't know, that would be something that the special ed stay at the elementary school.
We could reconfigure.
Yeah.
We could reconfigure.
So looking at all options. Now, I'm just throwing it out there, whether we agree, whether we disagree, but option A, now we have an option B. Do we have an option C?
I think we need to bring the educators into that discussion.
You're thinking outside the box.
Yes, using Mr. Baker's theory, outside the box.
Well, if I can say something, just for clarification, I mean, these are things we have been thinking about, and we have been talking about this for 2.5 years. So those of us who have been on the board, Mr. Goshen was here too, we've talked about all this. We've talked about the idea of having other buildings. That the response that we have is, we can't find anything in the northern campus that would help alleviate that. I mean, since we can't really build it there. So these are not new ideas. So I guess that we have been talking about, we've talked about different buildings in Edinburgh. We had even talked about like that urban distribution, and then we talked about like even the one that we saw today. That pretty much, when I talked to Mr. Farmer about this, Mr. Farmer, he said pretty much this building is gonna have to be demolished and start all over again. So that's one of the cons that we have with a lot of these buildings that we're looking at, is that they're in such bad condition, we're gonna have to tear them all down and start from scratch. So it's not like we're gonna be saving, as much as we think we are. The idea of the Morgantown land came about because it's already owned by the county, so it would save the taxpayers having to buy additional land. Even here in Triplet, if we decide to enlarge this one right here, we're gonna have to buy additional land. Right now, we have the Morgantown that you guys own. We have the one in the central campus that if we did the CPE there, we already own that one. So those are costs that we are actually saving the taxpayers if we go that route. One of the problems that we have too, even when you mentioned the operational costs. Right now, we start a new elementary school, we're gonna have the operational costs of that one school. If we go with the upper and lower elementary model, which I've been a part of when I was in you're talking about 3 additional schools that you're gonna have to staff. So now instead of 1 school that you're building, now you're talking about 3 schools that you're building. Smaller, but you're still having to acquire land and build 3 different schools and staff those 3 different schools. So I just want you to, because again, these are things that we have been talking about for 2.5 years. This is not new. I know I complain about it probably a little bit too much, but it is something that we've been talking about it again and again. The problem that we have is every 2 years we get new members and then we're gonna have to start a discussion all over again. And it was probably even talked about before I came under the board. But I just want you guys to remember that we're talking about is either one, what Tom was saying, option A is 1 elementary school versus the 3 different ones, because something is gonna have to be done. So we cannot really build more at this northern campus, so we're gonna have to find another building that we can do that. If you guys can help us find that, that would be great, because for 2.5 years we've been talking about it, we've not found anything. You know, those are things that we're gonna have to consider. Central campus, we cannot add any more to that. I mean, that school is already tapped out. So again, to the extent that you guys think that you have a better option, then by all means, present it to us, and then we'll be happy to take a look at it and see. I mean, if you guys have a building or land or whatever it is you may have.
I would
And to follow up on what she was saying about the county farms, 234 acres. You only need 20.
What's it?
Only 10 acres of county farm or under a do not disturb easement.
Yeah, I don't think that's the problem. The biggest thing is how you access that VDOT would feel comfortable. And if I were y'all, I'd go on tomorrow, get a meeting set up with the VDOT and just ask them questions. I mean, we're thinking, that's not gonna cost little or no money.
No.
Same way the battlefield.
Well, the battlefield's there, and I'm on T-Berry
Yeah.
all the time. I was just there last week, because somebody was down there digging a big hole on the battlefield property. So, and I had to make a phone call about that. Well, it was funny, it was big enough, I almost made the joke, did you guys start digging with Miss Weinking shovel down there? Because, I mean, it was pretty big. But just that, to have that little bit of ground looked at, 10 grand for just an archaeology, and that was level 1. For, you know, Federal Code 106 has a lot in it, and that's core battlefield. Like, they fought where the county farm is. This is an outlying thing. I mean, so if they find anything in level 1 or 2, it has to go level 3, and it may become cheaper to buy land than to have to pay for that thing. We're talking possible millions of dollars.
But you all need to know that up front, not after the fact.
Well, we wouldn't know that until we did archaeology.
Well.
So, and the mitigation things with Federal 106, I mean, they're high, and the only way to get around that is if you don't use any federal money. But with us having to do a traffic study on US Route 11, we can't get around it.
Dennis, did they do archaeological when you all carved out the dumpster site?
Yeah.
They did?
And it's much more straightened out, but see, like you said, we got over 200 acres, so it depends on exactly what you're talking about. I mean, if VDOT will come back and say, hey, we wanna go down Church Road, you know, the schools might be on a completely different part of the farm.
Yeah, well,
So,
yeah.
I mean,
You mentioned T-Berry, I mean, there's no way that will handle a bunch.
Well, that's the reason when y'all voted, said Tom's working, so we just need to get those questions answered.
Right.
We need to move forward and find out if that is an option or not. Because again, the Gloria, it's been out there forever. People, let's answer this question. Is that a viable option or not? What's it gonna take? That's what I think this board would like to see it. That board would like to see it, and again, then we'll decide. If there's other options, that's fine, but I know that's one option. Y'all said, Tom, I'm not gonna know the property that fits that Tom's Rock breakdown area at this time, but at least we get this one answered. That's what I think everyone thinks that's.
So if I'm hearing correctly, sorry about that, you guys are on board on donating that land if it is a feasible option. We don't want to sink money into a feasibility study if you guys come back and say, no, we're not giving you that land.
We want to hear about what's it going to take, what impact it's going to be on the farm or the park. So that's part of this option questions. That's who need to get the information.
But at this point in time, as far as I'm concerned, it's on the table. Yes, but I just want no more information. That's all.
But Dennis, I think you had mentioned, and Mr. Ferguson did too, how do we get the public input? I mean, for that, like, how do we get the residents there, or, you know, to.
Well, I don't see any sense in getting residents involved in it yet, you find it was feasible.
Understood.
You know, and then got that's
So,
the, you know,
so what's the process to find out if it's feasible? Is there a clear
That's what I was
step
gonna-
forward?
Well, that's what I was gonna say was, in my mind, while detailed and collegial, the discussion, the narrative that I've heard today is not, in my mind, a feasibility study. Those are viewpoints that can be factual, but they don't put a number to it, they don't quantify it.
Right.
I've spent a career doing this in another occupation. I don't think that necessarily a model applies here, but certainly there's something that the school systems use to go through an analytic process to weigh pros and cons. There's both empirical costs and then there's other things, like when I'm, for example, and in the interest of time, we don't have to unpack this now, but back to the, decisions we make today will impact the community and that sense of place we have in the future. So are there other qualitative impacts of having school facilities that are in the towns where the kids and the families live? Working through all the empirical and qualitative considerations so that it's not just about, okay, we got a piece of land there, let's just build it. That's really not analysis, that's just kind of, grabbing the most obvious option. So my key point is I think that the ball's in y'all's court to figure out how to put that feasibility analysis together. But just hearing the same kind of angle doesn't really move the dial for me. It's about, let's look at across the spectrum. What are the different implications, pros and cons? And it's going to be a judgment call, I think, at the end. I don't think it's going to be any clear winner, but at least we have good visibility, transparency of weighing all those different factors. So I don't want to dictate how you do it, but I just think it's got to be, it's going to take a little bit of work, and that's why we want to fund that, so that effort will be done, and then we can take that story to the citizens.
And again, the first thing you go to the citizens, they're gonna say, where's the entrance? Where's the school? And right now, no one has any answers. So, if you go to the citizens now, there's gonna be a lot more unanswered questions. You want to do some kind of a minimal type study, that's my thing.
Well, and on that stretch of road, we've done a number of things along there for the battlefields. I mean, I was mentioning this when we were meeting earlier. That's going to be an extended study because that's a U.S. route, and and whatever the infrastructure thing.
All of not poor battlefield, the whole farm.
It stretches all the way down across 11. So I mean, it's if not, then it's around or surrounding battlefield. That whole area is the line stretched all the way through the farm. But I mean, just looking at VDOT and US 11 is going to add, probably a year and a half or 2 years to any project because they're going to have to study turning lanes. Having buses, it's completely different.
VDOT is a key component of what's done.
And I'm not saying it can't be done, but if we could find another spot in that area, I think it would be a lot easier. But Mark, you seem to be talking more about the studies of whether we'll need to build a new school rather than where. And along with what Tom was going here, I mean, I think our best bet in the immediate future is to move the pre-K and K kids out because that would give enough space in each existing building to get us through for at least the time being.
And what I've heard is one of the most acute challenges is looking for physical options, facility options in Strasburg in the northern area.
Yeah.
It sounds like we have some candidates in the rest of the county. So maybe part of it is, take a look at that. And I'm just saying, Mr. Baker wants to speak, but I think that those community elementary school as a theater model, the irony is that kind of the paradox is like the two towns that have 2 of the 3 campus schools are also have their own essentially town elementary schools that have the most acute need for additional space. To take kids from the 2 biggest towns and bus them 20 minutes away from their siblings and their parents to nowhere in order to have them as that part of that community seems a little bit of a unique way of looking at it. obviously the need is most important in those towns, but it also begs the question, shouldn't we be looking for at least options, whether there's pre-KK split or upper lower? Why aren't we looking at all the range of alternatives, which includes thinking about the implications for those kids, those parents, those communities, like, it seems like, some of that applies to this discussion.
But we have been doing that, we just haven't found it. That's what I'm saying, if there's something that you know, or anybody else knows, that there's a facility in the northern campus or the central campus, I mean, central campus, we're even thinking about the charter house, like Mr. Sweet mentioned, but there's a tenant in there right now, so we'll have to break that, which is great. That's the whole point, is we have been talking about this, we have been looking at this, we've just not found anything. And every once in a while we'll find something like what we saw today, that still needs to be torn down and start all over again. So that's what I'm saying. If you know of anything down in the upper campus.
Yeah, that's not definitive.
We may be losing
Well, no,
our
I know, but it needs a lot of help.
It depends on what levels. I mean, if you're looking at it to read that, you're not gonna rehabilitate that school $2 million.
No, but what we talked about, but a good comparison, and I do want to address that because you and I probably we obviously come from different backgrounds, and we're not in the same field, and I would agree with you, but that seemed like a solid structure. It seemed like it, but to me, the common sense comparison is they just did the old Triplett Middle School, and it took $5 million before grants or tax breaks. So in my book, I don't know about you all, but $3.5–4 million is a lot cheaper than $50 million instead of tearing it down.
Well, if you remember the Triplett building, I was there. I worked with the architects. I got the tax credits. We had to build the building, the historical building, not conducive to what it was going to be used for, but in accordance with what the state said we had to do to get the tax credit, so we wouldn't have got the tax credit. So you just can't go get a building and say, I'm gonna get all these credits. If you wanna change it, if you wanna put a wall in here, and that was an existing, well, you can't do that. If you wanna change out that door, no, you can't change out that door. That's the historic part of the door. So.
But my point is you all did.
Huh?
My point is you all renovated and it's functional.
According to what state said we had to do.
Okay.
Not necessarily a school.
Right, no, but in this case, that building is still set up to be a school, and it could be turned back into a school, in my opinion, a lot easier than it could into the renovations that were made at that other building. So, we're not exactly, it's not an apples to apples comparison.
Oh, yeah, it was. We had a gym, we had 6 classrooms, we weren't changing the physical structure that much, but it was a historical building.
Right.
So, we had to go back.
I think another comparison,
You go right here.
I think another comparison would be, the charter house school, because it's probably fairly close, and Evan, I think I'm right, it was about $4.5 million to renovate it in
That doesn't sound right to me.
20.
Predates my time, so I don't know.
It was about $4 million. I was there too.
Yeah, so it's about 2012, right? So,
Sounds
yeah, and it's probably about the same size as
What year was that?
the new market.
But going on, all right, I want to wrap. I know y'all got a closed session, y'all got a lot more to go yet. I know, yeah, right. But again, agreement, obviously, renovation 3 elementary school and this school. The CTE, we know we've got private partnerships. They had the biggest discussions having at the elementary level. What I was going by was you all voted that new elementary school in the Thomas Wilkes / Morgantown area. That's the reason. I know that you were thinking County Farm Park, so I thought that has to be answered. But obviously through our discussions, a lot of other things have popped up. And that's you all people about it's going to be a PKK option routes and things like that when it comes to elementary needs. And as you heard, there's an awful lot of questions that you all have as well. So obviously they need to be answered. But like I said, I know that the Morgantown Park is it sounds like that one has to be answered, whatever has to be done there. But y'all definitely, it sounds like y'all need to have more conversations coming elementary. Let's not forget, I know it always comes back to money. I know money's important, people. But we're talking about quality instruction for our kids. That's the number one thing. So I know staff, you all don't want to say your all's opinions as elected officials. But in other words, your all's input on what's best for our kiddos is very, very, very important when these decisions are made. So we got to keep that in mind as well. Those other things are factors too. But the biggest thing is we got to do what's best for our kids. Not just now, but today's point, 20, 25 years down the road. It's not going to get cheaper. It's not going to get cheaper, because it never does. Mr. Baker, you're fighting the bill there.
No, just one comment here. It's interesting. Back when some of us in the snow, I think Mr. Taylor was there, Mr. Ferguson, and Mr. Morris, he left. But they had feeder schools in every town, Newmarket, Jackson, Edinburgh, Strasburg. And then when they decided to go, I guess it was in the early 90s, to the campus concept, I was concerned. I said, I don't know about this. So this is what we're battling right now, the biggest schools in the state. The biggest schools. And what we found out is big is not better. Big is not better than anything. So my take is I kind of like the way, as well, thinking outside the box is try to get some of the students out of the schools there and get more to a manageable level. And so some good suggestions.
Before we close up, can I just, I will be remiss if I forgot to say this, but we had some personnel committee meetings, as some of you know, with staff and teachers and all that. And especially the teachers from the northern campus said that they wanted to have you guys over to tour the schools and see exactly what it is that they're talking about in terms of the overcrowding and the traffic and all that kind of stuff. So they may be reaching out to you.
I think they recommended 7:45 in the morning.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yes, sir. I'll have coffee and donuts to my horse, because you won't be here.
You better thank him for that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for
You guys need to
coming.
close.
It's done.
We're adjourned. Board Supervisors. Good luck to you guys. Thank you all. Hey, I could reach out to the rec center guy. I think it's still the same. Hey, that's the only building I talked about, remember? I mean, it's like, yeah. But that's the only thing I could think of. I just told Evan, I see the still, that's the contract. How many rooms? Oh, it's it'll be rebuilt. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Just like old times.
I just want to make sure you know they get
You're not gonna fall asleep. Bathroom break for the admiral.
I was like, storming to leave.
Take a look at our website, some of the stuff we do, and then I'll give you a call in 2 days.
I'll be out Friday.
Yeah. We're right here. All right, have a good one.
Be sure to call Jay.
Yes, I will.
All right.
aware of it.
Yeah.
Bye, Kyle.
Bye, Kyle. No, I don't.
Thank you. Thank you.
Have a good afternoon.
I sincerely appreciate that. It's kind of difficult being like this, but it's reality. It's y'all have a good day. Take care.
Sound is still on. Sound is still on.
How you doing, sir?
Good, how are you, brother?
Good to see you. Hey, how are you?
I need your bill, please.
I know you do.
I would like to pay you.
I'd like to get paid too. There's a whole story behind that, but
I would have never known.
Sorry, Brandon. I didn't mean to
you know, I was
tell
thinking,
you. That's
I've been a
fun.
part of these joint meetings on both sides. I should have known that it would go
Yeah. We should have had a little timer in here, like for the public speakers.
Oh, no, we got money. No, but we can't tell.
Should we get closer?
Yeah.
So you have to move out into closed session. We're gonna what? We're gonna move you someplace else for closed session. Oh, so it's not here. That's spoke on everything. Got it. Got it.
Oh, where is it?
Do the closed motion, closed session.
I know. I could never.
Okay.
Yeah. You guys need to see.
Brandon, how was your trip up?
It was good. Yeah, a little bit of travel, a lot of construction, as you guys probably know, 81 right now, but it wasn't too bad for middle of the day. Going back, we'll see.
How long does it take you?
To here was actually much shorter, it was about 2 hours, 15 minutes when I got north.
Downhill. Yeah. Sorry, we're gonna let you go just in time for the rush hour.
That's all right, that's all right. I'm just sorry I'm not gonna have more time. I wish, you know,
Provision of legal advice by such counsel under Virginia Code 2.2-3711A8. And in order to discuss and consider several personnel matters involving the assignment, appointment, promotion, performance, demotion, salary, discipline, or resignation of several employees of Shenandoah County Public Schools under Virginia Code 2.2-3711A14, and pursuant to the provisions of Virginia Code 2.2-3711A29, to discuss the award of a public contract involving the expenditure of public funds, including interviews of bidders or offerers and discussion of the terms or scope of such contract, where discussion in an open session would adversely affect bargaining position or negotiating strategy of the public body, and pursuant to the provisions of Virginia Code 2.2-3711A3, to discuss or consider the acquisition of real property for a public purpose or the disposition of publicly held real property, where discussion in an open meeting would adversely affect the bargaining position or negotiating strategy of the public body.
Spence, do you have a motion?
I move that the Shenandoah County School Board convene a closed meeting under the Virginia Freedom of Information Act to consult with legal counsel employed or retained by a public body regarding specific legal matters requiring the provision of legal advice by such counsel under Virginia Code 2.2-3711A8, and to consider several personnel matters involving the assignment, appointment, promotion, performance, demotion, salary, discipline, or resignation under Virginia Code 2.2-3711A14, and to discuss the award of a public contract involving the expenditure of public funds, including interviews of bidders or offers, and discussion of the terms or scope of such contract, where discussion in an open session would adversely affect the bargaining position or negotiating strategy of the public body under Virginia Code 2.2-3711A29, and to discuss or consider the acquisition of real property for a public purpose or of the disposition of publicly held real property, where discussion in an open meeting would adversely affect the bargaining position or negotiating strategy of the public body under Virginia Code 2.2-3711A3.
You've heard the motion that we convene a closed meeting. Is there a second?
Second.
And we got 2 seconds. All in favor will indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes prevail, and we will adjourn and convene a closed session.
Where are we going? Cheryl?
You're going up all the way to the front. Health services.
Health services?
Yeah.
I'll go.
I just called.
there a motion to reconvene an open session?
Move to reconvene in open session.
Is there a second?
Second.
And there is a second. All in favor will indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Ayes prevail. Shenandoah County School Board hereby certifies by roll call vote that to the best of each member's knowledge, one only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements by Virginia law were discussed in the closed meeting to which this certification resolution applies, and two, only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered by the Shenandoah County School Board. Each member will respond, I so certify, when called upon by the clerk, and I call for a roll call vote.
Mr. Scheibe,
I so certify.
Mr. Street,
I so certify.
Ms. Carlinia,
I so certify.
Ms. Pence,
I so certify.
Mr. Ricker,
I so certify.
Mr. Bates.
I so certify. We don't have member comments, but I do want to thank the superintendent and her staff, and the clerk especially for hanging in there in the AV material for the retreat and discussion with the board supervisors. We invested a lot of time, but we also gained a lot of information that we didn't have before, and good information makes for good decisions, in my way of thinking. So the organization and planning was great, the meal was perfect, and including the Mr. Butler was refreshing, because that gave us a little education going out the door. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Move to adjourn.
Thanks, Mr.
Second.
Ricker. Is there a second?
Second.
And there is a second. Ms. Carlinio, all in favor of adjourning, indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. We are adjourned.
Thank you.